which we seek to be over soon, and just to obtain the outcome. Ryan, good morning. I'm going to ask you to just play back up for me a minute, just to control screen monitoring while we get this on the road. So the idea is, please just enable quickly the camera and sharing mode. I'm going to have some remote sharing going on as we speak. So we expect over the next few days, which is really from now until Thursday morning, a very enlightened set of conversations and panel to support the merits of what it is that the teachers in the community, local, not only to our university, but all the way to the level of the primary in terms of the administrators of the schools. We also have invited the Ministry of Education and its own regional team that have remit for supporting those outcomes.
Recording in progress.
At the end of these 4 days, we should have a clear action plan to support the specific outcomes of how the cybercrime and the data protection legislation should be better understood within the school systems, and how we will actually build out substantive awareness programs to drive these outcomes. But we're not going to use this one. So as we will seek to, ensure an opportunity of dialogue, engagement over these 3 to 4 days, I think it is only very timely that I want to say to us that this is the start of something very important for the community here in Jamaica, and for we at UTEC, we are very pleased in hosting it. Despite the circumstances, we will demonstrate that we will actually overcome Murphy and whatever he had planned in the general scheme of things. So at this point, just to observe the merit of time, it is now close to 9 a.m. and we will have started at 8:30. I'm going to just ask Minister Williams at this point, just to quickly, because I have a program that we had scheduled, but just to quickly, and I don't want to keep people too long in the heat, but just to quickly come and say a few kind words. But I'm going to actually encourage that. Is Dorothy here? Is Dorothy here? Yes. Yes. Just to start us off with a kind word of prayer amidst the heat. All right.
4 or 5. 4 or 5 year old.
Good morning, everybody. Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, at this time we come before you, giving you thanks for your goodness and mercy towards us. We thank you for your love and compassion, something we tend to take for granted and what we don't deserve. We thank you for safe journey to UTEC this morning and for the rest of the week, in particularly those who are still on their way. As educators in this beautiful country of ours, Jamaica, persons who contribute to the development of our young minds, who in turn help in the development of our country, we ask for your special blessings upon each person here present. May we never take for granted this important role that we play in helping to mold young lives for the betterment of all. We also pray for the presenters, for Minister Favour Williams, and other distinguished guests, who you have given the time out to educate us on this Cybersecurity Act and what it means for the various institutions. Help us to listen attentively, participate when required, and also to ask the right questions so that when we shall leave here, we can say it was good to be here. Give the presenters, we pray, the wisdom, knowledge, patience, and understanding so that we can all benefit from the knowledge that they will impart to us. As the greatest teacher of all times, may we never fail to consult you for all the help we need and to constantly rely on you. May this workshop, along with the lives that we live, portray to others to your honor and your glory. All these we ask, and what we fail to ask, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right. So we're gonna move into the agenda for the event. Just one moment. Let us bring that up from this machine. Let's just pivot quickly. One moment. Okay, there we go. All right, can I? Hold on. Okay. All right, can I? All right, so to support a timely, we are going to be out by about at least a half an hour to 45 minutes for the day's proceeding. So I sincerely hope you can be with us given the circumstances. And to get us started is just to really bring us back into what we'll be covering as a part of the daily proceeding. For those of you who are in Zoom land and on YouTube, I'm literally going to also ask for you to be with us, just to highlight to all those who are there now that we have had a short delay here on the physical campus due to a JPS problem. So, so what it is for what it is worth, yes. All right. So for what it is worth, we do have a full 4 days of a proceeding that's been prepared as a formal agenda to support the activities. And just to sort of bring you up to speed quickly on the agenda that we have before us, I'd like to thank Mrs. Thompson just now for just leading us off in prayer, because it's very important to go through the day's proceeding by actually asking for prayer, and of course to tell Murphy to stay where he is and to leave us the day alone. At this point, to just quickly monitor the schedule, I'm going to actually ask Professor Giles to lead us off with an opening remark, but I want to recognize that our Honorable Minister is here based on the schedule, and I'll ask Professor Giles to sort of courteously welcome all who are here at the university formally as a part of the proceeding. A pleasant good morning to you all and welcome to UTech, and I sincerely trust everyone had a great weekend. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Thorpe, our very able Master of Ceremonies and the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Honorable Fable Williams, it's our pleasure to welcome you here at our campus once again. And I understand there are other ministers of government joining us online. We welcome you. Thank you so much for being here. Representatives of eLearning Jamaica, members of the ICT and education communities here at the Papine campus, those who are here with us in person, special welcome to you, and those who are joining us online. Of course, we welcome and recognize members of the media who are here to document this event so that the very important discussions that will take place here today will be documented for posterity and also to be made available for those who are not able to tune in live. I'd like to recognize the panel of presenters who will be sharing their expert knowledge with us today. So a pleasant good morning and welcome to you all. I'd like to bring greetings on behalf of the University of Technology, Jamaica, to this occasion, which is a cybersecurity awareness workshop organized by eLearning Jamaica Limited and the Ministry of Education. And the university is very pleased to host this event and to partner with the ministry and eLearning in making this possible. Cybersecurity is a very topical issue today. We know that so much depends on the protection of data. We are in the information age, and loss of information or corruption of data can have very far-reaching effects. And so over the next 4 days, the conversation that will be taking place here will be very, very critical in helping to create awareness of what needs to be done, what can be done to ensure that there is adequate protection of data. Our facilitation of this forum today aligns well with the university's mission to positively impact Jamaica, the wider Caribbean, and elsewhere through high-quality learning opportunities for students, research, and value-added solutions to government, industry, and communities. We also welcome this discussion in the context of the promulgation of the Data Protection Act of 2020, which comes into effect on December 1, 2023. Indeed, we need to be aware of the provisions of this act so that we can be cognizant of our responsibilities under the act, and also to ensure that the necessary preparations are in place to facilitate the full implementation of the provisions of the act. The COVID-19 pandemic over the last 2+ years accelerated the move for the adoption of new ICT technologies to facilitate continuity in teaching and learning. But the crisis has changed us forever. We will not go back exactly to where we were before. And in fact, as some persons would say, you should not waste a good crisis. Whenever there's a crisis, it should speak to and facilitate innovation and creativity to ensure that we are better off for having had that experience. Of course, we lament some of the challenges that we've had. Many of us have lost loved ones and so on. But the shift to the utilization of more technology has provided, what should I say, an opportunity to make the world even flatter in terms of being able to communicate remotely with persons who are halfway across the globe. It should be recognized that the education sector in particular relies a lot on data, not only for teaching and learning, but for student
Oh, not here, okay, and okay, and in the absence of that at the moment, we are going to ask our honorable minister, our good friend, Favor Williams, and colleague to just give the proceedings her blessing after we declared at your ministry a month ago that we will do this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. There is no microphone here, so I hope you are hearing me at the back. Otherwise, I'd have to ask you to come to the front. All right, good. Let me begin by acknowledging UTech Jamaica, as Vaz and Green, Professor Giles, acting president here at UTech. We have panelists in the room that are the heavyweights in the cybersecurity and data protection industry. We have Mr. Chuck Cameron, consultant in data protection. We have Mr. Record, Mr. Forrest. We have Ms. Georgia Henlin, QC managing partner. Henlin Gibson Henlin. We have principals, teachers, other special invited guests, those who are online. Good morning. Good morning. So the Ministry of Education and Youth welcomes this collaboration with eLearning Jamaica and the University of Technology to host today's workshop, especially for educators as part of the efforts to heighten public awareness about issues related to cybersecurity and data protection. Let me as well, acknowledge all the members of the team from the Ministry of Science, Energy, and Technology who are here, who worked hard over a number of years to get past the Data Protection Act in Parliament. And it is the reason we're here today, because as you heard earlier on, that act is coming into force December 1 of this year. So it's important. And certainly, I'm ensuring that the education sector is ready. And why is it important? I mean, usually when you think about education, data protection might not be, might not come to mind readily with education. But I want to tell you that at a recent similar workshop I learned from these gentlemen who presented that the education sector is the most targeted sector in terms of cybersecurity issues. And when I asked why, they said it's the mountain of data that the sector has and the fact that generally the security of that data is very low. So that really caused me to sit up and to ask the panelists who were gathered at that event to help us in education to get the message out about the data we collect and the need to have security for that data, but also to help educators, to help our school leaders understand the implication of the Data Protection Act that's coming down the pike. So I am happy for those of you who are here physically as well as online. It tells me that you at least have some awareness around cybersecurity and data protection. And I'm hoping after this 4-day session, you will become disciples for data protection. And so I'm gonna just start by saying some phrases that today is going to sound very strange to people, but these are phrases that have to become household names very soon. Data processor, data controller, data subject, information commissioner, office of the information commissioner, personal data. These have to become household phrases. We have to understand what these are. So your personal data, you have to understand in a very deep way that you are the owner of your personal data, and that the Data Protection Act that's about to come into force is going to give us as data subjects new rights about our data. It's going to cause us to think about our data, our personal data, in a whole new different way. And just to give you an example, currently in 2023, if you request data, let's say from a doctor's office, your own personal data, they have no obligation to give it to you. They'll in fact tell you it's their data, they collected it, so it's their data. You don't have any right, they don't have to give it to you, and you have no recourse. In the new regime, they will have to give it to you because it's your personal data. And they will have a time frame over which to give it to you, or else there will be penalties. They have to first register with the Information Commissioner to say what data they want to collect and why, and answer other questions, how long they're going to keep it, how they're going to be processing it, and so on. I'm just saying that to alert persons that it's going to be a regime that currently we are not experiencing. And unless you are like Mr. Chuck Cameron, who's been reading the act and talking, or Trevor, or Mr. Record, you're not necessarily processing that today, but it's going to become more and more the experience that we're going to have as we increase the awareness about data protection. In the education sector, we collect mountains of data on students, on their parents. We have their exam results. We have all sorts of data on them. And so we have to ensure that we have the systems in place that will allow us to to track who is accessing that data, for one, because in the new regime, I, as the data subject, can ask you, as the data processor, who has accessed my data and why. And you are obligated to tell me. The only exception, right, Kadian, is for security reasons. Right? You can't call up the commissioner and ask them what data they have on you, obviously. So the security sector is exempt from all of what we're talking about. If you recall, a few years ago, when the government was trying to put in place the NIDS legislation, it was challenged. And one of the reasons was that Jamaica did not have a data protection regime. It went through the courts and the courts agreed with the challenger. And we had to ensure that we passed the Data Collection Act. So this session today is to help you understand what does that mean when we begin to implement the Data Protection Act. And I know it's going to be an awakening for persons, for businesses. And so I'm thrilled to see this session today, well ahead of when the act will come into force, so that the awareness about it can begin. People will begin to ask questions. What does this mean for me or my business, and so on. And for education, we want to be in the forefront of all this. For education itself, putting in the systems and ensuring there's understanding of the Data Protection Act as well. We want to be educating Jamaicans about it, what it is and what they should be doing as well. So thank you, Sean, for hearing our request to begin to educate Jamaicans as a whole about data protection. And certainly for me, we'll be running long and hard and fast in the education sector to ensure that we are in compliance come December 1 with all our systems, and that we begin the education process of our students to help them to understand what all this means and how valuable is their personal data, and that they have two different personalities, one in the physical world and one in the online world. And you know, to help them to manage when they're in both worlds, especially in the online world, given that our students today are more equipped than they were pre-COVID with devices, with connectivity. We are putting in just massive connectivity in the education sector, connecting all our schools all across Jamaica. We're about halfway there in terms of broadband connectivity. Our students have devices at school and at home. Just recently, we announced and began downloading the entire suite of Microsoft 365 to all our students across Jamaica, 500,000 license. So we're bringing them more and more online into the online world, the technology world. And we have to help them to know how to protect themselves while they're online, but also to enlighten them about the new rights and obligations that they will have in the new regime. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to be here this morning, to speak with you just a bit. And thank you again, UTech, e-learning, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, for getting out there in terms of cybersecurity and data protection. Because whether we like it or not, it's coming down the pike. Other countries have had their regime for a long time now. And in fact, they're beginning to get more aggressive. I don't know if that's the right word. They're looking at countries to which their citizens go, or countries with which their citizens do business. And they're asking the question, what is the data protection regime in those countries? And if in their estimation you do not have a robust data protection regime, they might begin to discourage their citizens from doing business with you. This is not, I'm not just saying that to scare you, but it's actually going to start happening because people are serious, countries are serious about the data of their citizens and the protection of that data. A lot of you in this room, maybe everybody, you use Facebook and you easily input your data, everything about yourself, your pictures, who you saw, what you ate, all kind of stuff you put in the online world. But do you ever consider who else is out there pulling this data together, all these different pieces of data that you have out there? Who is creating you in the online world? And what are they doing with it? Have you ever considered the market capitalization, the value of a Facebook? Have you ever wondered why? What is it that what is the input into that company? It's all of us, all of our personal data that has created that value for that company and others like it. And so we are beginning to awaken you, our citizens in Jamaica, to your own information, the value of that information, and how you will how you should begin to view your personal data. So thank you. I hope you listen with rapt attention as the panelists speak to you more in depth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Minister. So you can co-host.
Yes.
So we have been improvising fairly well, given the circumstances. We have a power situation in the main line outside of the campus, which I understand JPS is on its way to rectify. So we are sincerely hoping that the mainstream of power will be back on the campus in short order. But we can improvise because my phone is a hotspot up back there, and we can at least facilitate that all those who are on Zoom and on YouTube are actually still seeing this presentation and what is to come. And I want to thank everyone who is here. I just want to recognize that in a very formal way. So we're going to just revert to the agenda in a minute, and I'm going to allow my colleague here to do some co-hosting while I'm on the platform, so as it does not impede the daily activity, so to speak. So I trust everyone is well. We had a good weekend, and I'm seeing more persons here. There's about 70 to 80 people online, and I'm sure there's over 40 to 50 of us who are here in person as the numbers continue to climb. We are in for a very, very delightful treat of sessions to come, and I'm just going to ensure that we still continue with all protocols observed based on the agenda, which is electronically displayed. So at this point, we have been receiving remarks, and I would like to thank the minister again for her remarks. They are well timed. At this point, there is a representative, I understand, from the Ministry of Science who is to give greetings on behalf of the Honorable Minister Darrell Vaz. Is that person here? Oh, yes, just please come to the podium. Good morning. Oh. So, okay, at this point, we're gonna have Mrs. Kadian Smith Newton to just bring greetings on behalf of MSET in the context of this conversation. And without any further ado, Kadian, thank you for coming and improvising. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Sean Thorpe, Master of Ceremonies and Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. I recognize as well Minister Fable Williams, the Minister of Education and Youth, Minister Floyd Green, Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, Professor Colin Giles, the President of UTEC, Mr. Andrew Lee, the Chief Executive Officer of eLearning Jamaica Limited, our esteemed panelists and presenters to include Mr. Christopher Record, Mr. Chuck Cameron. I know that's not the full name, Mr. Cameron. Forgive me for calling you Chuck this morning. Mrs. Georgia Gibson Henlin, Mr. Trevor Forrest, Mr. Andrew Nooks, and our esteemed invitees and guests to include principals, administrators, and of course, participants and registrants. My name is Kadian Smith Newton, as indicated, and I extend apologies on behalf of Minister Darrell Vaz, the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, who was unable to be here with us this morning, but who could not have missed the opportunity to extend on behalf of the ministry our congratulations to eLearning Jamaica Limited, an agency in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, the Ministry of Education and Youth, and the University of Technology Jamaica for having come together to make this workshop possible. As we're aware, and I mean the title tells us, the Cybersecurity Leadership and Data Protection for Educators workshop will no doubt assist stakeholders in the education sector to better understand the significance of developing and fostering a culture of cybersecurity and data protection. It's by no means a secret that by now, COVID has caused much of our economy to be digitized. Whether we like it or not, it had to happen. The level of digitization allowed businesses and educational institutions to pivot from face-to-face engagement and to continue the provision of critical services. However, with this, of course, that is the new normal, there came, of course, a dependence on technology and so on a non-linear rise and acceptance as well of the use of technology in all sectors, and the education sector was not spared. While we know there are benefits to this, there was also, and there remains also, the ever-present threat of hackers, malware, scammers, as well as the increased attacks on our surfaces and the ever-increasing number and sophistication of our attack vectors. Therefore, the importance of leadership within the education sector, becoming champions of cybersecurity initiatives, cannot be under or overemphasized. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the interest that you have and the drive and active involvement of our academic leadership that will help us to sustain the changing mindset with respect to cybersecurity and data protection. With cybercrime at an all-time high, cybersecurity remains a critical enabler of continued trust in the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of our educational programs and institutions. To give more context, within Latin America and the Caribbean, according to the latest report from Fortinet, there were more than 360 billion attempted cyber attacks in 2022. Jamaica, of course, was not spared by these attackers, nor was the sector, the education sector. We can cast our minds to even a most recent attack at a popular university in Jamaica earlier in the year. And then we can ask ourselves, what was the value and what was the cost of that attack to that particular institution? Throughout the year, we have seen ransomware gangs, such as, and I'll just name one, for example, Lockbit, or even Diamond or Black Cat, increase their targeting of Caribbean institutions and Jamaican institutions. And based on the feeds and the sensors, which are monitored by the Jamaica Cybercrimes Incident Response Team within the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, the number of vulnerable internet-facing endpoints continues to rise. To paint an even more vivid picture, cybercrimes has inflicted damages totaling in excess of US $6 trillion, and that was in 2021 alone. This particular sum, which we can well imagine, is equivalent to the world's third largest economy after the US and China. In light of these realities, we must ensure that we are protected and that all stakeholders in this sector and in all sectors are aware of their role in the implementation of the various standards of the Data Protection Act. And I pause to indicate that the ministry is working assiduously in ensuring that the regulations which will support the legislation will be complete far in advance of the full implementation of the Act in December 2023. Each stakeholder, all of you here in this auditorium, as well as online, must understand that you have a role to play to ensure that your cybersecurity, that your ICT infrastructure, is protected from cyber attacks. Equally important is the need to ensure that steps are taken by all data processors, particularly those who process personally identifiable data, in ensuring that the standards of the legislation are met. These requirements, as our minister would have indicated earlier, that's Minister Williams, may appear daunting at a first glance, but they must be understood and implemented in a secure and sustainable manner in order to ensure that the levels of protection that we require are in fact in place. The minister is assured, or like to express, his assurance that this particular workshop will give you the tools that you need, breaking them down step by step and explaining them in such fashion that any confusion or mystique will be removed. We remain cognizant of the ever-increasing need to use and leverage technology in our classrooms, our offices, and our schools. But we must also ensure that in so doing, we access these technologies in a secure manner and with due regard for the legislative framework in our country. We therefore, at the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, encourage the principals, system administrators, lab administrators, our teachers, and all other stakeholders in the education sector to make the most of these sessions and those to come, as they will ensure that you're better prepared, armed, and equipped in both protecting and defending yourself against cyber attacks and other data compromises. The ministry continues to support initiatives such as these that will build our resilience against cyber attacks and data breaches. We therefore wish for you a productive 4 days and look forward to hearing about the full engagement of all stakeholders. On behalf of the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, Minister Daryl Vaz, I say thank you.
All right, thank you so much for. All right, so as we improvise still, given the circumstances, I would like to thank everyone who is here so far in person, and on Zoom and on YouTube, who is listening this morning's proceedings. Just to let you know, we're still battling with a little bit of power while JPS makes haste to provide remedy to a damaged transformer unit within the vicinity of the campus that is actually hampering some level of power transmission on some buildings on the campus still, including the current one from which we are actually streaming this event. So I wanted to bear with us. So a pleasant good morning again to everyone all, and thank you for being here. And the remarks so far are well timed and to be observed as a part of our workshop proceedings. I'm going to sort of manage the time with respect of how I engage so that we can actually move into our first panel discussion. This proceeding this morning literally has an entire portfolio of speakers for the next 4 days, literally very well distinguished in their respective remits of the cybercrime and the data protection provisions. It is very important to sort of reconcile the reality of our time, that we are literally using data pervasively and not recognizing some of the dangers that comes with it with respect of the global world we are living in. And there's something said normally when you're on the road and driving, ignorance is no excuse of the law. You know, I recall in the past being stopped by a police officer in my very early days of driving. I was reminded of that. And I took that very seriously then, to recognize that whatever obtains in various spheres of life, now it has become a particular important social responsibility as it relates to our data. This morning we have a distinguished panel of speakers, and we may have to change the format respectfully in terms of the engagement, where I may have to ask these persons to come to the podium, considering that we have to alternatively be streaming from a device as opposed to also streaming from the powered cameras and background that we would have been using. But in light of the electricity challenge that we are facing at the moment, all streaming is taking place from a dedicated hotspot via phone and the computer before us. And I'm seeing that everyone online is following very well what we are doing. With that said, as a courtesy to the panel, whilst I would have been seeking to project their portfolios in the background, I'm going to ask my very dear colleague, Ms. Tanya Graham, who is the director of the program, Computing and Network Security Program, to do the pleasantries of inviting just a quick synopsis of background, probably by your phone, right? That's what you're going to do, right? To just share quickly, by way of introduction, some information relating to our three panelists this morning, which will start the first session on the Data Protection Act, a deep dive, so that the entire community seeks to understand what are the provisions that are available in this act and how it influences you as educators and a part of this wider community in which we serve. So at this point, tell me if you're going to need any quick assistance before we do that. All right, so what is going to happen is that Mr. Graham will just give a short dossier on all the presenters. We would have actually wanted to have multiple screen sharing while we do both the continued presentation and the dossier. But bear with us, we are actually going to post this on a dedicated page after the forum so that the community can also see this. But she will actually just seek to provide a quick background to the panel that is going to start with us now. And as we say, we are running a little bit behind, given the exigencies of the matter. And I'll defer to you now, Tanya, just to quickly, I'll give you a minute. Okay, you bring the machine up, right? So you can actually introduce the speakers. Now, I've been working over the last weekend with all the panel speakers, I would say over the last couple of weeks, just to ensure that we got to this day. And I must tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it is so heartwarming to find that these very busy people and all these 4 days that we are having, you know, took time out of their schedule to make themselves available to the community to share on a very important conversation that impacts the school system. We would not have wanted to miss this opportunity, and their schedules are very busy, that if I waited until the middle of the year or later in the year, it would have been problematic, I am almost sure. So when they all agreed, based on different places they were in the world, to come here this morning at a moment's notice And I've engaged them several times before, some of them. And they say, Sean, I'm not available now because of this. But when they all coincided with the date, I know the stars were aligned, Murphy or not, right? Murphy or not, right? To support the intention for this week's event. So therefore, we are here under the good graces that the planning was done timely, and the conversations that we are going to have along with the corresponding action plans to support the outcomes of these 4-day proceedings will be managed in such a way that at the end we should have a takeaway that we can actually say to the Ministry of Education as well as the entire educational sector on a deliberate way forward in terms of how we codify what we do from these legislations and implement them within our school system going forward. So it's a very timely and important undertaking, to the point that we can have ministers and senators and a distinguished community of cyber and data protection professionals who are with us this week. So Tanya, over to you. All right.
Good morning again. Minister Green, Professor Giles, panelists, all. So our first panel discussion will have 3 very distinguished persons sharing with us. The first of which, Minister Green, who was first elected to Parliament in February 2016 and is currently in his 2nd term as Member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Elizabeth Southwestern. He currently serves as Minister without Portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister. MP Green served as Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries from September 2020 to September 2021. Between February 2019 and August 2020, he served as the State Minister in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Agriculture and Fisheries, and previously as the State Minister in the Education, Youth and Information. He has served as President of G2K, the Young Professional Affiliate of Jamaica Labour Party. He's an attorney at law by profession. Minister Green graduated from Monroe College and the University of the West Indies with degrees in history and law. Our second panelist, Ms. Georgia Henlin. She's the Managing Director and Chief Governance Risk and Compliance Specialist at Privacy and Legal Management Consultants Limited. She is a certified information privacy professional and a certified information privacy manager, and serves as the co-chair of the International Association of Privacy Professionals KnowledgeNet Caribbean chapter. In addition to being an accomplished commercial litigator, Georgia is also a cybersecurity and technology law practitioner. She is the managing partner in the law firm of Henlin Gibson Henlin, Kingston, Jamaica, with a satellite office in Brampton, Ontario. She's a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona and Cave Hill campuses, Norman Manley Law School, and the University of Toronto in Canada, where she completed her master's in 2002 in Innovation, Law, and Policy. Since that time, she has worked in the areas of information and communications technologies, commercial litigation, intellectual property, and issues related to cyber and data security. She's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She is a member of the Jamaican Bar Association, the International Bar Association, the American Bar Association, the New York Bar Association, the International Trademarks Association, the International Technology Law Association, and the International Association of Privacy Professionals. She has been ranked in Band 1 of Chambers Global for 2023. Miss Georgia Henley, where do you find the time? And our final panelist for this session, Mr. Chuck Cameron. I will not try. The first name. He is an experienced attorney with a demonstrated history of working in regulatory compliance in the telecom and financial industry, skilled in privacy law, commercial law, and copyright law. He's a strong professional with a master's in information technology and management, focused in law from Erasmus University. I'm gonna, yes, that's in another language. And in 2019, completed an advanced masterclass training as a data protection officer. Thank you.
Thank you. It's important that I have a lady did introductions, gentlemen, right? And respectful to the lady than Sean doing those introductions. All right, so we will have to pivot. I must ask the panelists if the situation is that you're going to do presentations in any form as a projection to the community. If you do, if you are, I'm going to ask you just to send me a quick email if you have it from your phone so I can do that projection. Outside of that, feel free to just use the podium for us to get into the topic. So let me start the conversation as to really what is the Data Protection Act. If I'm a tutor in a school right now at any level, yes. Sorry, one moment. Let me. All right, so as we seek to move to the podium, I'm going to have the courtesy of you use the chairs that are before us, please, colleagues. So just to, thanks to e-learning and the team who ensure that these chairs are here. And let me just have a big shout out at this moment that we couldn't do this without e-learning and the Ministry of Education and Youth. They have been a part of this team that is supporting the university and the Faculty of Engineering and Computing in actually hosting this event. So we're going to have a timely conversation, and the outcome of these conversations, colleagues, is geared at coming up with an action plan that the schools can in fact use. So the discussion, and of course I prepped all the panelists before coming that, these are some things that we should bear in mind. So the first major question that needs to be asked is really what is the Data Protection Act? And here are a few of them. What is the Data Protection Act? How does the issue of the data protection impact the general education system? How do we enforce it in schools generally? These are some issues that we need to look at. What do we need to know about the act specific to schools as opposed to outside of the schools? I'm not here to suggest that we have a rigorous or strict format for how they engage, but I'm going to allow them in their own courtesies to share their perspectives with you, and we account and document it accordingly over these days as a part of the conversation. So at this point, I do not know if Minister Green would like to use the podium as a part of this format and just to share with you the thoughts he have on the data protection legislation. And I call it deep dive because many teachers in school don't have a clue, as we say in Jamaican terms, right, as to what this is. So give the minister a round of applause and thank you for coming out of his ministry. Thank you, sir. Blessings.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Thorpe, Professor Giles, other members of the UTech family. Clearly, my distinguished panelists. Sounds like I have a mic. It's a result of always being the smallest one in the class. And as such, having to ensure that you are heard because you might not be seen. I'm very, very happy to be here. I think this is a very critical discussion, and I really, really want to commend Professor Thorpe and the team, especially for zoning in and focusing on education and looking at education as a massive data controller. And what does that mean for our schools? What does that mean for our Ministry of Education? What does that mean for our country? The reality is that I think, Minister, I'm very happy I came in and caught a lot of ministers, Minister Williams's presentation, because she has created a framework. And you do have Chuck and Mrs. Gibson Henlin, who are the experts, right? So I will just probably speak generally on some of the policy directions. Why are we here? Where are we going? And what does that mean for all of us in real terms? So the government is trying to create a digital society. Whether we want to or not, we have no choice. The world has tremendously evolved, and we are now all living in a digital society. The truth is, a lot of you don't need much convincing of that. Normally, when you wake up in the mornings, after hopefully you whisper a word of prayer, hopefully, a lot of us reach to our phones or devices to start consuming data and to start sharing data and to see what is happening in the world. And we have passed even those very basic forms of utilization of data and technology. In fact, I said to my communications person as I was preparing for this presentation, that probably what I really should do is have an AI generated speech so that we could have another discussion about how AI is transforming our world. I don't think she really liked the idea of that. So the reality is that in crafting a digital society, in trying to ensure that we transform a lot of our manual processes into digital processes, in trying to utilize the technology to connect government services and bringing forward a digital identification so that we can use that as a key to unlock these services, you fundamentally appreciate that in all you're going to be doing, data is at the forefront, especially personal data. How you collect that data, how you share that data, and what are the rules governing that. Now, as we transition into this society and as we try to move forward in relation to digital identification, as you would have heard, one of the things that our legal luminaries said to us through the courts is that we have to ensure that we have the strongest layers of data protection. Because if we're going to go out there and collect and store as government all of our data, then we must have clear rules that apply to the storage and the sharing of that data. And in government, clear rules mean you need to have at least a law that speaks directly to data. So in 2020, we brought forward our Data Protection Act, and it has revolutionized how we view data and how we will have to treat data moving forward. Really one of the big things that the data owner is now the most critical element in relation to data. So you and I and our data, and it is our data, we have to consent by law for our data to be captured. Right? Fundamental in relation to that's right. Yeah. So a fundamental shift in relation to how we treat the data. Clearly, we are in charge of our data. And that is something that as we go through this process, more and more people will come to recognize. And we have to give consent clear consent that is not coerced consent for our data to be collected. So when we say, for example, the National Identification System is a voluntary system, as it is, people will have to consent for the government to collect their data in relation to the National Identification System. And clearly, that also has ramifications in relation to our education system and in relation to children and guardians and parents and the consent that they give for schools to collect data. Consent that will have to be given for schools to collect personal data. Fundamental shift in how we treat with data. It also is a fundamental shift in sort of the rights and responsibilities that data controllers have, people who collect data, have in relation to their data subjects, the people who data comes from. And there are clear principles, standards outlined in the law that we all will have to adhere to. A couple of easy ones. Your data must be always treated fairly, must be only obtained for specific purposes. You should not be collecting more data than you need for the purpose that you're undertaking. Must be accurate, the data that you collect. And on the converse, data subjects must have the ability to change their data, change their information that they provide to ensure that the data remains accurate. So a fundamental shift, which is backed not just by law, but as law goes, by fines, imprisonment, if people breach the law. So if people do not treat with the data as prescribed by law, then data subjects can take action. And also there are criminal offenses under the law in relation to breach of the Data Protection Act. So it's a completely new framework that I would say to all of us, whether you're educators or not. The first thing that you have to do is familiarize yourself with the Data Protection Act. So if there's anything that you take away from the workshop, is that spend some time going through the act. This is not one of those acts that will not impact your day-to-day life. It absolutely will. And you need to be aware of that, especially in relation to the rights and responsibilities. Now, that is even more important if you are a part of a school system and you already have data that you have collected, and you are going to be collecting data every year. Do you have systems in place to manage that collection appropriately and in accordance with the law? Do you have systems in place to keep that data safe? All of these are critical requirements under Data Protection Act. Is there somebody who has been identified as that person that is in charge of data protection? Against the law speaks to having those necessary personnel in place. So, fundamental shift in how we treat with the concept of data. Let me see if there's anything else that I want to say before turning over. No, let us open up when we have questions, I'm sure, and you will hear from the others, and I'm sure they will go deeper. But just appreciate that all of this is in the construct of creating a new digital society. The final thing I would say, not only do we have a responsibility in terms of taking your data, collecting it, storing it in certain manners that ensure that it's safe, but also we have a duty under law that if we are treating with your data, that you know about it. You know, every day now, especially if you interact and you go through the process of identity verification. So you go into a financial institution and they say, let me see your identification, and you show them your voter's ID or your driver's license. A process is initiated that goes to verify that the data that you provided is in fact valid. That process often happens behind the scenes without you knowing that that process is happening. In fact, there was a significant article in the newspaper that raised the issue of the fact that there is verification taking place by virtue of the Electoral Office of Jamaica. So it happens. Do you know about it? You probably assume that it does happen. The law says you must know that this is happening. So again, I love to use the national identification system as an example, because what it does, it completely transforms and aligns what we're trying to do in a digital society with the Data Protection Act. So it's very different from the identification system that we have before. Under law, again, if you interact with your national identification system and you have your national ID and you go into a bank and you present your national identification card and they're verifying it, we must communicate with you to let you know, one, you must have consented, and two, we must say to you that Chuck, access your data to prove that you are who you say you are. And that has to happen. You have to have systems in place so that can basically happen in as much as real time as possible. So for example, under a national identification system, you would elect whether by way of text message, so that when that happens, a text message comes to your phone to say this person has accessed your data, so that you, the data subject who is in charge of the data, you can say, no, I never consented to that. Therefore, a breach has been committed, and then you can proceed. Hopefully you recognize that we are entering into a whole new world in relation to data protection. But today is International Happiness Day. So it is something for all of us to smile about. Thank you.
Minister, I think I have to learn how to project my voice like yours without a mic so that person can hear, right? That was a well-noted presentation. And welcoming discussion. Minister, I was here wondering what those fines look like, because when I last read the act, I saw something like $2 million like per transaction, or something like 7 years that you could serve. But let me not play authority today on it. Let me leave it to the experts to have a further discussion and a deep dive on the point. But just to let you know that there's a lot of issues there with the points in the legislation that we have to pay attention to. So at this point, I'm going to ask Chuck, right? Chuck, I don't try to pronounce your full first name, but Chuck is good for you, as I've seen over the time. To now give his take to the community. And Dwayne, I see your hand being up. We're going to take all questions, colleagues, at the end of the presentation of the panelists, so we can have a more fruitful point of discussion after we have heard all parties. So just please keep those questions or comments until the end of the session. And Dwayne, that is also inclusive of yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Morning.
Thank you very much. So as fellow counsel that is more senior at the bar than the minister, I now have to compete with him and demonstrate that I could also protect my voice, because we actually had a very similar teacher. So can you hear me just as clear? No? But I don't get as much practice, and in the courtrooms we usually have microphones. Right. So good morning, Minister, Professor Giles, Professor Thorpe, Georgia. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. Sir Nooks, Sir Record, e-learning. Thank you very much for coming together at such short notice to put this on for the educators. Very important. From a very personal perspective, I'm going to make this very, very, very personal. So when I get up in the mornings, the first thing I do not do is touch my digital device. Very, very important. So that happens about 1.5 hours after the day has started, because we are living in a digital world, and it may not necessarily be consistent with what reality is and what we need to do on a daily basis. So I'm going to start on that very, very personal note. I also want to disabuse the audience of a number of things. So while the university has put on this workshop, while e-learning is here supporting this, while we earlier heard from the Minister of Education and the minister, data protection is something that every school, every principal, every teacher is personally responsible for. So I'm going to repeat that. Data protection is something that every school, every principal, every teacher is personally responsible for. So while we have put on events like this to raise the awareness of your responsibility, let us be very clear that the responsibility is yours. If you are a teacher in a school that has a register that documents which students have come to class and have a register of their grades, you are personally responsible. This impacts directly on you. We heard Professor Thorpe speaking about possible fines. We heard the minister making reference to that. So this is not something that is at the ministerial level. This is not something that's at the permanent secretary level. This is not something that is at the principal level. So in the educational system, we must be aware of the pressures that teachers face. This is now an additional responsibility that each of us own. So let me speak to identify what it is we own. Every school, as a data controller, has a responsibility to register with the Office of the Information Commissioner. And this is a chorus that I will be singing. Every school has an individual responsibility to register with the Office of the Information Commissioner. So that one isn't your responsibility. That one is the responsibility of the principal. So at least that's not on the teacher's shoulders. In the case of UTech, it would be the president. It's not something, well, unless you are in a position to register, Sir Giles, it may not something that you may want to be smiling about. And you should be looking to Professor Thorpe, who had a duty to explain what your responsibility is. So filing with the Office of the Information Commissioner is a very involved process. It is not like filing with or registering with the Registrar of Companies. It is not like registering with the tax office. No, registering with the Information Commissioner means a number of means. One, filing your registration particulars, and that is where the focus is. Filing your registration particulars include identifying all the personal data within your organization that you process. Before you can do that, you must know what personal data is. Filing with your registration particulars mean identifying all the data subject categories whose data that you process. Before you can do that, you need to know what a data subject category is. Filing your registration particulars mean identifying all the purposes for which you process this personal data. Filing your registration particulars means identifying all the persons with whom you share this personal data. So if you share data with Google, because you use the Google School, if you share data with a security company, because you have somebody monitoring the cars that access the premises or not, or if it is you outsource the creation of uniforms or whatever, Filing your registration particulars mean identifying the controls you have in place or intend to have in place to protect all the personal data you're processing. That exercise in and of itself usually takes 12 months. We now have 8 months to do this exercise. So Professor Giles, you have a big organization, and while we're all here to contribute to the awareness, real work has to be done to put yourself in a position to register. Why is registration important, and what are the consequences of not registering? So I'm going to go back to this whole NIDS decision that we heard of earlier. When the government of Jamaica sought to implement the NIDS system, Jamaica said, no, we don't trust you. We don't know what you are going to do with our information. The opposition of the day took the matter to court, to our constitutional court. And our constitutional court agreed and declared that we have informational privacy rights. What that means, the court declared that every one of us sitting here have rights and the singular power to exercise over how our personal data is used, and said that no government agency, no school, no private entity can use our data unless we authorize them to so do. And if otherwise, we'll be breaching their constitutional rights. So in response to your hue and cry, my hue and cry in opposition to the NIDS bill that was being ushered through Parliament, the Constitutional Court said, we have a right to privacy and it must be protected. If we were to stop there, or if we were to think about that, that is why we're here today. Cybersecurity is not data protection. Data protection means ensuring those privacy rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Information security is a subset of that, but they're not the same. So I'm still going to tie that back to why registration is important. So, in order for any entity, the government, schools, to use our personal data, in effect, it would be breaching our constitutional right to informational privacy. The only way we could do so is if using that data is done in accordance with the law. That law is the Data Protection Act. So while the Constitutional Court said nobody can use your personal data unless you authorize them to do so, and otherwise it would be a breach, what the government was compelled to do, because to allow you to continue business, it said, okay, here is a Data Protection Act and a data protection regime that allows you to process personal data, as long as you do so in accordance with the data processing standards that have been established. So this isn't a law that remains on the books, that is for the purview of attorneys. No, it is a real framework that is alive. So not only did it prescribe what the data processing standards are, and we will take a deeper dive into what those data processing standards are, it set up a supervisory regime to ensure that anyone that is using personal data complies with the legislation. And herein is the Office of the Information Commissioner. So for the Office of the Information Commissioner to do her work, she must know who are the data controllers. she must know what personal data you're processing. So very often when new legislation is implemented or passed, the question is, how is it going to be enforced? How is it relevant to me? Well, the legislators in their wisdom made it very simple for the Office of the Information Commissioner to start doing her work. All she has to do is to first ensure that everybody registers. How serious is registration? What happens if you don't register? Well, the law says you shall not process personal data unless you would have registered. So all schools, well, no, let me put it this way. No school should be open after December 1 if you have not registered with the Office of the Information Commissioner. And I have to try and elevate my voice to that of the minister again. No school should be open after December 1 if you have not registered with the Office of the Information Commissioner. And I have a style where I'm very dramatic when I speak. Pardon me? 8 months from now. 2023. So that may sound a bit dramatic. And while it is dramatic, I'm sure other panelists would agree with me. That's exactly what it means. Why do I say that? The law says you shall not be processing personal data unless you have registered. If it is you have a register of your students and you open that register and look at that register, you are processing personal data. If it is you hand out an assignment and those students hand in that assignment with their name on it, you are processing personal data. So processing personal data is not something that IT does alone. IT supports the work that educators do. So I think we appreciate the fact that we must register. What are the consequences if you operate your school after December 1 without registering with the Information Commissioner? It is a criminal offense. It is a criminal offense for any data controller to process personal data after December 1, 2023. Because the legislation was passed, well, was assented to by the Governor General, was gazetted on December 1, 2021. And the legislation gave us a 2-year transition period that would have allowed us to do everything that I'm talking about. So if we had started in December 1, 2021, we would have all prepared our registration particulars by now. So the government didn't just say, here, you have to do this in 8 months. It actually gave us a transition period. The educational system is a bit behind the 8 ball because we're just really starting to focus on the awareness and what needs to happen. But you have access to all the experts, you have the support of the ministry, you have the support of e-learning, but let me emphasize, they're not going to be the ones that have the responsibility to register your school. It is a responsibility of the principal or the CEO or whoever the leader of the school is responsibility to register. If you don't register, it is that person who has a criminal exposure.
Can the ministry just register everybody, or does all of the commissions exist?
I think it's worth repeating. Every single school is considered to be a data controller. It's not the Ministry of Education. It's not e-learning. It's every individual school is a data controller that has to register.
Question.
Pardon me?
Question here. Are you hearing?
So we hope that there are going to be a lot of questions that are generated, and we are here to answer your questions. These are just opening remarks. And as I said, I really attempt to be dramatic to bring home the point. But so as it relates to government entities, however, the question of the criminal sanction, you may not be exposed to the criminal sanction. So it's a legal question whether or not a school is a government entity. However, you would have to find the $2 million fine if you do not register.
And that's for transaction.
No, that's just, no, I'm just speaking about the failure to register. Correct. No, that's for the school. So the school has to find that. However, registration is a very serious exercise. If it is, the Information Commissioner forms the view that because the registration particulars that you submitted were not correct, if it is, she forms the view that you sought to hide or not fully disclose all the information that you are processing, those fines can be escalated. The reason why this is so serious is, as I said, we're speaking about the right to informational privacy. So when Jamaica said no, the government cannot collect our data just like that. The Constitutional Court didn't stop there. The Constitutional Court said no third party, no government agency, no business can collect data unless you are accountable to the owner. So this just didn't come out of the blue. This was in response to what we demanded. We said there can be, we do not trust what the government was doing with NIDS, and you must have a system in place to safeguard what they're doing with our data. Because that was taken to our Constitutional Court agreed, and it's now extended to all processors of personal data. Those are my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Hold on. The way how your presentation was so powerful, it will soon bring back the light. Yes, because the arguments that you are making are so potent that it is a concern. So let me make sure I get that right. Each school has to register, which means UTech, UWI, all these other institutions, all the individual private and public schools have to register. Otherwise, you'll have a fine. And what I understand from Chuck's presentation, Professor Giles, is that it becomes a criminal offense. And if it becomes a criminal offense, who bears the responsibility of the criminal offense? Is it all the lecturers in the school? Is it all the... Let me make sure I get you clearly, Chuck. It becomes the leadership of the institution.
It doesn't stop there.
It doesn't start. All right, it starts there. It starts there. All right. I think that is a well-made point. So it affects all of us, but it starts with the principal. But listen, I don't want to take us. And it starts with it starts with the council and the board. Okay, so this is a very telling point. Listen, let me not deny the fact that Georgia is the roses among thorns, as you would say, and I'm sure her points are just as equally potent relating to a conversation that the school communities need to understand and appreciate. And for those of us in Zoom land listening this, you are hearing clearly. This is a recorded meeting and workshop, but Georgia, please grace us with your presence and the thought process that you may have. And I know you've been busy and you found some very useful time to come and share with us. Thank you. Good seeing you. Yes.
Morning, everyone. President, Jazz, my distinguished panelists. I'm going to call you colleagues this morning. Colleagues this morning. I'm hearing that I need to project. I'll try to project. I've become accustomed in the courtroom to, as Chuck was saying, the microphones. So forgive me. So as I listened to Chuck, three things came to mind as to how I may present to you and also to the minister before me, because when everyone has said what you were going to say, you have to sit right there and come up with a way to either say the same thing differently or say something else. So I'm going to do a little bit of both. So as I listened to both of them, one of the ways I thought that I would get you to appreciate the nature of the Data Protection Act is by reference to the Road Traffic Act. So the Road Traffic Act is everyone's concern. And so too is the Data Protection Act. But then the other thought that came to me, since they said, and most people have said a lot of what I might have said, I thought about a word that I learned in English literature, and which I hated to say at the time, but I will try to say it now, which is denouement. And what denouement means is that it is the final part of a play or a film or a narrative in which the strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved. So that's what I'm going to try to do now. So I recognized before coming that I was going to be speaking to educators, and I threw myself back to the days when I was a student and the way in which teachers tried to explain things to me. So I'm going to try to see if I can do that to you now. So you heard from the time that the Minister of Education was speaking. She spoke about this act, which involves rights and responsibilities and so on. So my team and I have come up with a phrase or an abbreviation, sorry, for you to better understand and put the act into little boxes. Because the thing about anytime there's a law, whether we are speaking from the perspective of common law or, as in this case, a statute, it involves people. It's always about people and the relationship that people have with each other. So that's my first part of the abbreviation. Each piece of law also has a subject matter. And the subject matter of this law that we are talking about is information. And the law, in order for it to make sense, because it concerns people, it's not just people in a vacuum, it's about the relationship with people and the subject matter of the law. So it does create rights. So it creates rights. And there are persons, the people we just spoke about, who holds those rights. And some of the people will now have obligations. So what I just spelled for you is PIRO. People, information, rights, and obligations. Those are the boxes in which I'm recommending that you put the data protection law. People, information, rights, and obligations. So I see my colleague smile at me because we have always spoken about this spiral. And so in terms of the people, so I actually spoke to my team on the weekend that we're going to build out this spiral on yet another occasion. And how we're going to be building it out is by developing on each of these letters. So if we start with the people under that law, they are, as you heard before, the data subject. Now, the data subject, who is a data subject? The data subject is not itself defined in the law. You have to infer what it means. So the data subject is you, the data subject is me, and in the context of education. So because we come here talking about educators, we're not just talking about the students. We're not talking about only the educators themselves in their capacity as teachers, but we are also talking about the educators and all of the persons who work on the campus here. So, for example, information is collected from you and processed in relation to your employment, your payroll, your health. There it is that you are also a data subject. Then there's a data controller. And you would have heard two different terms being mentioned. So remember, I'm dealing with the people. So the data controller is the entity or person who determines the purpose for which the data is processed. The purpose for which the data is processed at the University of Technology would be for the registration of students, for treating with applications, for treating with employment matters, for treating with pension matters. Those are examples, yes? So that's a data controller, but you would also hear about the data processor. And the data processor acts on the instructions of the data controller. Now, what you will find is that in this law, so a lot of persons speak all the time about, and I'm sure you would have heard about it yourselves, about the General Data Protection Regulation. And although in some respects, our law mirrors that, it's not the same in every respect. So under the General Data Protection Regulation, there is a regulation of processors, but in Jamaica, we do not regulate processors. There is no obligation that they have. There's no obligation that they can breach in terms of criminal sanctions under the law. And therefore that puts you on an inquiry and that greater risk as data controller. Because you now have to, anytime you ask someone to process your information or the information that you have responsibility for as controller, you have to ensure that there is a contract that mirrors your obligations under the law and that contract is in writing. So we have spoken about three persons so far: the data subject, the data controller, which is where you would sit, and the data processor, which would be third parties that you would have asked. So, and the data processor, it's not the employees. So it's persons, external or third party stakeholders that you would ask to process the information on your behalf. You would have heard about the data protection officer. Every institution such as yours, that processes a large amount of personal data must have a data protection officer. And I will leave it at that for the moment until we come to the discussion. Every large organization, such as University of Technology, must have a data protection officer. And then, of course, there's the information commissioner. And that's the information commissioner is the information czar and the information enforcer. In other words, that is the person who has responsibility under the Act to monitor and monitor compliance and ensure that there is enforcement under the regime. So this regime exists in a discrete space, generally speaking, outside of the court system. It's self-regulatory, straight up to the information commissioner. The information commissioner may provide guidance through your data protection officer. So those are the persons. That's P. So let's talk about the I. It's not information in a vacuum. It is personal information and sensitive personal information, or personal data and sensitive personal data. So personal data is any information that can identify a person either by itself or when aggregated, when pulled together. That's what personal information is. And that is why I think Chuck indicated that data protection is not the same as data security, because the fact is that generally speaking, when you tend to deal with information security or data security, you are really dealing with your infrastructure, your critical infrastructure and so on. So you still now need, what this law is saying is that you still need to have rules around how you process or protect this information. Then there's sensitive personal information or sensitive personal data. And sensitive personal data, it's called sensitive personal data because it carries a higher risk for the individual in terms of harm. And that's why it's called sensitive personal data. And therefore, there's a greater degree of protection around and compliance around that kind of data. And it's any information such as biometric information, sexual preference, political opinions. And I could have started political opinions to give you a sense, because you live in Jamaica, and in Jamaica you can see, for example, how political affiliation or political opinions can affect people personally and in terms of their livelihood. So those are some of the things, your ethnic origin, race, and so on. And so that's personal information and sensitive personal information or personal data. So I've spoken a lot, and a lot of us this morning have said, so I'm not finished with the people, but I think I need to pause here to say that you have heard us speaking a lot about processing. And that is something that you need to understand, because remember that that is what is prohibited under the law in relation to the data or the information. So what is processing? Processing is almost anything that you do with the data. Processing means the data at rest, meaning when it is being stored. Processing is you taking the information to store it. Processing is you deleting the data. And processing, from morning, we have been hearing about our devices. Processing includes storing the information in a filing cabinet. So just to be clear, right? So then now let's come to the responsibilities in relation to this information. So we're clear, right? Box 1 checked, people. Box 2, information. So what are the rights? What are the rights in relation to this information? And the rights in relation to this information are the rights of the data subject. And the reason Chuck kept referring to the NIDS decision is that that decision underscores the primacy of or the dominion that you and I as individuals have over our personal data. And in that law, there is a listing of the rights of the data subject. And it is the right to be informed, the right to have access to their data, the right to consent, the right to object, the right to rectification, and in relation to automated decision-making, they have a right to know the logic or how you arrived at the decisions that you did in relation to them. So for example, if you had a pre-screening or where you automated your well, probably even in terms of intake of students, and you sift out some of them using automated decision-making, and they would get something, no interface with any human beings, but just to say your application has been rejected. They have a right to understand how you arrive at that decision. And then finally, I look at the obligations. So the obligations are lawfulness and fairness. So there are quite a number of bases then. So let's look at it that way. There are quite a number of bases on which you can process the information. It must be lawful, and must be fair. And within the context of lawfulness, you have consent as being one of the bases. You have the purpose limitation, that if you can't say you're collecting the information for the person to apply to the Faculty of Engineering, or to the Faculty of Law or the Faculty of Education, and then you market the Faculty of the Built Environment. I know it's called something else these days, but the Faculty of the Built Environment to them, or other programs that you may have. Yes? Of course, when you get into your program, you can fashion your communications in such a way to enable you to do that. But the point is that if we are speaking as an overview of the law, it prohibits that, yes? And then you have data minimization. And most people can relate to banks who ask you for more information than they need in order for you to open the account, and then tomorrow they try to sell you a loan product, when all that you wanted to do is to open an account. So you are not supposed to collect more information from the person than that which is required to perform the particular or the specified task. Then there is integrity and confidentiality. And this integrity and confidentiality relates to your systems that you have in place. The systems that you have in place, organizational and technical measures is how it's defined in the law to ensure that the data is protected. Technical measures, that's where your IT and so on comes in, and the organizational measures, which is kind of like what you're doing today. You're going to find you have to do it on an ongoing basis. So organizational measures would include training, policies, and so on, and ensuring that those policies are updated, and ensuring that you have metrics in relation to those policies. Because you see, the data protection framework is what we call an accountable framework. So that if you collect people's information, you become responsible for it, and you must not just say that I am protecting it. You have to demonstrate that you're protecting it. And it is through those organizational measures, especially policies, that you will be able to do so. And of course, there is the obligation to keep the information accurate. And you heard us speaking all morning about the transfer of data. I take a more nuanced approach to the question of whether all educational institutions are going to be adjudged data controllers. Certainly, UTech and, for example, the University of the West Indies and others that are persons, meaning legal persons or corporations, sole, as they may call them, certainly those could very well be regarded as data controllers. Well, not could very well be, they would be regarded as data controllers, and you would have the responsibility that Chuck describes, and that you must be compliant by, or significantly compliant by December 1, 2023. In relation to, say, the public education system from infant schools to maybe high schools, my own view is that each school would be processors of information, because remember, the central repository of the educational information is really at the Ministry of Education. So the Ministry of Education, in my submission, would be the controller, whereas the schools would be the processors, but they don't get off by just being processors, because as I have indicated, there has to be something in writing as between Ministry of Education and them to ensure that there is compliance. So in a nutshell, in a box, in being the denouement, however you want to describe it, those are my remarks, and I hope that you will take Pyro away from here with you when you try to remember what is the Data Protection Act and how does it relate to you as individuals and as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Henlin. Very, very, very important information was shared. And at this time, I would like to open the floor for questions. So for those persons who are online, I'm asking, please type your questions in the chat and I will relay them, because persons may not be able to hear you if we open the mic. We're thankful also that JPS has restored the electricity, so it should soon be cooler in a matter of minutes. We have our first question. Could you go ahead, please? And please project so that, all right, cool.
Morning, everyone. My first question is for Minister Green. Minister Green, you mentioned that under NIDS, registration is voluntary and that there has to be consent from the data subject. But in the legislation, it says that consent can be withdrawn as easily, or should be able to withdraw consent as easily as it has been given. With that in mind, after being issued a NIDS ID and someone up to withdraw, how is that going to be handled from the perspective of government?
Yeah, all right. Thank you. And I will have to run, so I will use the question to make a couple points. But I will come back to your question. If I don't come back to it, ensure that I come back to it. So I want to part company with Chuck on a couple of things. I think it's important. I want to join with Georgia on probably, you know, when you have three lawyers sitting down, you will have three varying perspectives oftentimes. I want to join with Georgia in relation to how she interprets and her submission on schools and public education institutions. And I want our public education institutions to rest assured that there is no automaticity that come the 1st of December, that you will be unable to process data, right? Clearly, we are still, the Data Protection Act is still in large part new, was passed in 2020, and there are still regulations to come in relation to the Data Protection Act, and that has to happen and has to be borne out. That is one. Two, our direction as a country and as a world in relation to data protection has less to do with needs and more to do with data privacy, right? And I definitely don't want the impression to be given that needs is the reason why we have a Data Protection Act, because that is not the case. The reality is that the world sort of took a fundamental shift, especially based on what work was done in the EU in relation to 2016 around the concept of data and data privacy. And I again, like Georgia's phraseology, the NIDS decision did underscore the rights of the data subject to their data, right? But the country and the region, quite frankly, had already started in a direction where we were looking to put forward laws around data protection. What the decision did was really to accelerate the pace of that implementation. And the last point, you know, I don't think there was a hue and cry in relation to the concept of national identification system, but there was challenges in relation to the mandatory aspects of national identification system. So that takes me into your question. If you can consent in, you can consent out, right? And the law makes that clear, right? So you can voluntarily sign up for the national identification system and you can voluntarily withdraw from the national identification system. The card will be issued and the card will be canceled, right? So all of that is contemplated on the National Identification and Registration Act. Let me see if there was anything else. No, that's it. So hopefully that answers. All right.
Minister, I know you have to run, but anything no. But in relation to that consent issue, I knew that it came up and loomed large in the decision. But if we look at it in the framework of the Data Protection Act with various ACs on which you can require persons to do things, I think that the government should review that aspect of it and align it with the Data Protection Act. Because remember that could have a legitimate interest for regulatory purposes, and where we are going, if we go to a place where we rely on consent on the risk, then we may end up, especially for political purposes, we may end up undermining the importance and the objectives of the such as.
Yeah, and I think it's a very, very good point that has been raised by council. What we will see as a country is that as we go into these new areas of exploration, especially legally, is that you will have a number of legal explorations around these points, right? This is just the start. And I've said quite frankly, you know, we will have to test some of these legal systems, decisions. We will have to balance rights and responsibilities. We will have to ensure that even in the face of privacy rights, that you are still able to construct a society for the greater good, because oftentimes private rights are individual, right, to the person, right? But there are overall societal interests. And we've had very interesting decisions that have come out recently in relation to how do you balance societal interests against individual rights and responsibilities. And that will happen. This is just a new frontier. Data, the new frontier that we will play out. And I'm telling you, you know, I think Chuck and Georgia have decided on the right sphere to really ensure that they are at the top of their game in relation to the information, because I think there's a lot of legal work coming. And I oftentimes wonder if it's time for me to come back to see if I can get a bit of that pie. I don't know if there was a question for me. If there is, I'll try and take them. No, because I have a boss to respond to, and he has cabinet this morning.
We have a question here on Zoom. Will school administrators be responsible for putting data security measures in place, or will the government be assisting?
So, you know, and I will speak on behalf of the Minister of Education, but the government will have to, right? And I think this is part of the process. The Ministry of Education will have to play a role in helping public education institutions. I use that terminology because there will be a difference, and we do have a number of private education institutions, and I do believe there is a distinction between a UTech and those institutions vis-a-vis primary school, but the government will have to, especially through the Ministry of Education, ensure that the schools are able to comply with the provisions.
Next question. Will parents, teachers, students be required to sign an agreement to process their personal information?
So again, you know, we've spoken a lot about consent. There will have to be consent for data to be collected, right? You know, some of the schools already are along that trajectory. Some institutions already give you forms that you sign consent, that you give your consent, although you may not have processed in your mind that what you're doing is giving consent. Now, clearly there will have to be an alignment to ensure that that accords with what the act requires, right? Has to be clear, and Chuck and Georgia can tell you some more of the specifics. Because the act, you know, is very specific in terms of the concept of consent and coercion. There again, I say another good question around people who refuse to sign, refuse to give consent, and how is that going to be dealt with in, for example, a public education institution. Again, these are some of the new issues, nuances that we will have to work through. And again, you have an act, but there are also regulations to come. May, it's not my shop, may address some of these things.
Let's take another question from the audience.
Have you brought up your consent, for example, from public planning?
Again, so the Data Protection Act is very, very clear that, you know, the information, again, so you are the owner of the information, you're the owner of the data. We can only store the data upon your consent, right? If you withdraw from the process, then that data will have to be removed from. But again, Georgia raises some very good points about how do you balance that with public interest, right? And maybe, and there is a school of thought that more clarity, I'll put it that way, needs to be brought to the decision about the national identification system. There's also a big school of thought about the decision in the national identification system. But it's a decision and lawyers will differ.
I think for me, my fundamental issue is function free in terms of specific, whether expanding or
Yeah, and well, I'll allow Chuck and George to take that, but it's a good issue. Anything else for me? They can choose with that one. That one is very good. No, they can deal with that. All right, so thank you, everybody. To be honest, these are the best. These are the experts. So they take sense, even if we disagree with interpretation sometimes. But then,
Thank you very much, Minister Green, as you take your leave. Thank you for sharing with us. All right, we'll continue the session. You had some. Oh, the mics will have to be separate. Yes. The question was typed. All right, so here's the next question from Zoom. What will be the process to register school with the Information Commissioner? Will a form, etc., be made available? And this is coming from Greenwich Primary. A form to register. Will a form that have discussed?
Right. So,
or what is the process?
So you heard the minister speak.
Could you, Chuck, could you please, so they can hear?
Right, so you heard the minister speak to regulations that have not yet been promulgated. So the legislation does suggest that regulations would set out the format in which that information will be collected. But it is not, I don't want us to associate the completion of a form with pulling together your registration particulars. In Europe, where you do not have to file your registration particulars, other information commissioners have given out Excel templates that you can then use as a guide to fill out. In Jamaica, we have a unique situation where data controllers are going to be required to file these. So you heard Georgia speak earlier to the GDPR, there is no requirement to file. In Jamaica, there's a requirement to file. And I did indicate, so going back to I'm sorry the minister had to leave, but going back to one of my earlier comments about what would happen after December 1. So the minister was speaking about a world where regulations were passed and exemptions made and things put in place as it relates to what will happen or what ought to happen after December 1. But without more, when you look at sections 14 through sections 18 of the Data Protection Act, it is very clear on what your obligations are and by when. So when you want to understand your registration particulars obligations, look at sections 14 through section 18. No, I'm going to stop. I think 18. I'm not. Yeah, section 14 through 18. There are other. Well, everything applies to you, but in terms of registration particulars and those obligations, I invite you to look at sections 14 through 18. Did I answer the question?
I think you did. All right, so the next question, if an existing parent or child refuses to sign a data I think you would have addressed that, or? Okay.
So
refuses to sign a data processing contract, how should schools treat with such persons' existing data?
Okay, so let's also have a clarification here. So you will recall that I indicated when I was dealing with the obligations, that I indicated that there's an obligation to process the data lawfully. And I indicated that consent was only one factor or one feature of that lawfulness. So there are 5. There is pursuant to fulfilling contractual obligations. There is a legitimate interest, and the contractual obligations as between the data controller and the data subject. There is a legitimate interest of the data controller. There is a regulatory and vital interest of the data subject. And I'm feeling in my head that I'm missing. And the public interest. And that one is even critical. So when you're looking as educators for a reason to collect the information, you would not be looking to consent, frankly. You would not be in consent realm at all. And especially, generally speaking, if we are dealing with the public educational institutions from primary to secondary level, absolutely not, because under our law, every child is supposed to be in school. So that's what you are relying on, a legal basis, a public interest basis. At the University of Technology, where we would be thinking about people who have free will. So they are not talking about something that is mandatory. Whether you do tertiary education or not, is something that you decide that you want to pursue. And yes, you may look at consent, but then in order to enter into a contract with you, you would be looking to the performance of the contractual obligation between yourself and the person as a basis for processing their information. And so it is not straight-jacketed, but the one thing that I will ask everyone to reconsider carefully is whether you would be relying on consent. I would say I don't think so. Yes? And remember, this is an overview. So it is important you ask the questions. What we gave earlier is an overview. So it's important you ask the questions so that we can deep dive as the topic suggests. So again, consent is only one basis. If I were advising any educational institution, I'd say when you see consent, run in the other direction and look to the other legal basis for processing the information.
And I wouldn't have anything to add to that. Would agree 100%.
The gentleman. Well, there's a gentleman at the back.
All right, so good morning, board. My question, just to tackle what you tackle is a strong word, but we saw since consent is on the back burner, and we saw possible overreach recently over the past 3 years. I still think that maybe consent should be at least with parallel to the idea of societal consensus, right? Because there were different opinions, and only one opinion went a certain way, and we had what we had. All right. That aside, what does that mean? What does it mean for transcript? Or since it's my information, I should be able to get it without that. That is one question. And originally, I don't know that it was government who set up programs where you could get information on your rights when you meet it. When you like have an issue with police or so, there was a small booklet. And so this would go for the gentleman. The idea that, because you were saying that the law is for us and should know it, and I don't think it necessarily means just educators. Will there be a simple book, just like the the citizenship rights book that will help us in simplistic, because all laws are some hyperlimited up here.
We left them parallel.
And my third question is about the credit bureau and how I know that some part of the consent to the banks or information, especially when you want a loan or airport. But I'm not sure that how that change in all our full purpose.
In the interest of time, there are so many. But
If I were to summarize, so starting with the first point that you made about, I don't know what situation you were referring to, but it seems to me you were speaking about the same thing as the gentleman over there about function creep and so on. So the first thing is that when the act is being implemented, you are entitled to know, which is done through a privacy notice, what your information is being processed for. Anything outside of that, so the scope for function creep or overreach, as you put it, has been limited in terms of personal information and sensitive personal information by the act. It's regulated by the act. So that if they go outside of that, then there could be liability in relation to that. So you do have rights there.
You raise the issue about a booklet for persons to know their rights. Yes, that is something that, should be driven by the Office of Information Commissioner. But for me, that's also something that the Minister of Education can also help the educators to work with. So I'm going to volunteer myself and Georgia to work with e-learning to put out a booklet for all schools, so you know the rights, your basic rights. Because we all know about the Fifth Amendment. We all know about the right to carry guns. We all know about all of these U.S. constitutional rights, but we don't know about our rights, and this one does have significant impact. So I know Georgia joins me.
So shameless plug for the Honorable Mr. Justice Batts, David Batts.
Yes.
He has done a text on constitutional law for every Jamaican. So perhaps one of the things as well, you could purchase that book. It is sold at Carol Lamb Pub and also at the bookshops and so on. And so that is a place, for example, where you can learn about all these rights. And I'm sure that will get to the place through the various providers when the Information Commissioner starts her roadshow. I have no doubt that we'll be there with her in some way, shape, or form to assist with the spreading the information and awareness about the law. I hope that satisfies you, sir.
At least 2 or 3.
Let us thank the speaker. We don't want to overrun them because we have a full day ahead and we want to now take a 5-minute break. 5-minute sponsored e-learning break that needs to be engaged. Yes? Yes, they're going to be continued. Yes, we're not going to throw them away. So, ladies and gentlemen who are here, I can see the barrage of questions coming, and this is what we're really looking forward to having. But just to have a managed situation here, I'm just encouraging you all here just to take a quick 5-minute walk break, drink break, courtesy of e-learning who has catered for you today, right? So just quickly have a quick 5 minutes and come back. 5 minutes, I don't want to go with a bugle outside when I'm finished, so we can move to the next session. Thank you so much. This has been a good session.
Yeah, well, okay. Stop. Yeah,
Recording stopped.
when we do the co-hosting, I don't know if it will mix it up.
Hi, Colleen, we're seeing your camera open. I don't know if it was deliberate, but you should just camera hide. Colleen Gordon, you hear me? Colleen, thank you.
Colleen. Colleen. Yeah, already. Oh.
Recording in progress.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume. We took just a quick walk break, snack break, and we, in the interest of the timing, we started a bit later than planned because of a power outage on our main campus. But Murphy has slowly been leading us, and we are now at the point where, coming from a very riveting discussion in the first panel on the deep dive with respect of the data protection, some very key takeaway points there. You know, the fines, the registration, the pyro, you know, as areas of specific points of interest and persons' rights. Now, there are a lot of comments coming in the chat, and at the end of today, so I want you to stay with us for the day, so that even at the wrap-up session, we can entertain some of the unanswered questions in that wrap-up session. But we do appreciate that all the questions coming in will have a sort of a blog post that will come out afterwards, for where we will post responses to these questions, which may not have been answered in the specific forum today, right? But we appreciate all the questions, the comments, the thoughts, perspectives in the forum. Now, we are going to move, to the next segment that talks about the impact of the data protection on educators. And in this segment, Georgia, I think they're unmarried, I don't know where they're married or what, you know, probably the list is good too, right? So Georgia Henlin is our moderator, was introduced earlier. And I do have the courtesies of Ms. Graham doing these introductions for me. We also have in this particular panel, Minister Green, but he had to leave for another engagement, unfortunately. And we have Ms. Arnold, Chevelise Arnold, and we have as well Chuck Cameron in this segment. We are to look and do a further deep dive now on the impact of the data protection awareness program within the schools. Now that you have done the data protection short deep dive, but clear about what this really means under the legislation, it is now time to move the conversation to one where we literally understand and unfold some of the concerns within the schools. So I can think of many questions, but I'm going to leave Georgia to really unpack that segment with the panel that will come. And I still want to ask the panel to come back to the podium. So Chuck, you're on this panel as well. I'm seeing here, I'm Chevenese, please to come to the podium as well. So persons who are here within the general audience see who the panel is. Because of the improvisation that they have had to be doing, given the situation of the power lost earlier, all the panel speakers come to this podium like myself now, and they will share their comments on the topic. But I'm going to now, at this point, do a quick introduction, courteously, on the panel members who were not introduced this morning. And I think it's only one person, you have Chevenese, right? Just to recognize. So can I ask all the panel to come back to the podium? And Georgia, this is now the segment that you are the owner. I'll hand over the mic to you.
Thank you, Professor. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Chevenise Arnold. She is the Manager of Governance, Risk and Compliance Specialist, or she is a Manager of Risk Governance and Risk Compliance Specialist at Privacy and Legal Management Consultants Limited. She's also a certified information privacy manager and has worked on several data protection implementation plans. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of the West Indies, Mona. In 2020, after successfully completing the course of requirements of the Norman Manley Law School, She was awarded a certificate of legal education from the Council of Legal Education. She was thereafter admitted to practice at the Jamaican Bar in the same year. During her academic life, Chevenix served as a member of the UA Mona Guild Council 2017 and was involved in various extracurricular activities. She has been awarded for outstanding leadership and continues to be involved in youth development island-wide. Chevenix specializes in corporate governance, commercial law, and data protection. Ms. Arnold.
Thank you so much, Tanya. So continuing then from where we left off this morning, you had an overview of the law in terms of what the Data Protection Act does, and some of the questions might very well have been answered previously. However, we'll now do a further dive into the act specifically on educators. So, to both of you, what are the principles under the Jamaican Data Protection Act that educators specifically need to know about when handling personal data? I'll throw that one to you first, Chevenix.
May I give her back this microphone and use another one here? Regular. It is. Thank you. All right, so whenever I talk about data protection and the Data Protection Act, I try to be as practical as possible and make things as applicable as possible for the audience. Now, Mrs. Gibson-Henlin asked about the principles that educators need to pay attention to that are most important for educators right now. And earlier this morning, when she spoke about the obligations, and you had Minister Green talking about the standards under the Data Protection Act, and Mr. Cameron went into them as well. You heard about things like purpose limitation, you heard about data minimization, you heard about storage, you heard about lawfulness and fairness. Now, when I think about the education system and or practical realities, there are some things that happen now that need to no longer happen, right? So let's take it down a bit. We have this habit of discussing students' files and students' matters with people who are not authorized to have that particular information, right? And that takes you outside of the principle of purpose limitation, which means that you ought to use the personal data that you collect only for the purpose for which you collected it in the first place. So going outside and discussing it with your wife, with your husband, with your sister, that is no longer allowed. So we have to look at that principle, purpose limitation. We also have to look at the information that is collected when students are being registered for school. That takes us back to data minimization, because any information that you collect, it be one, adequate to the purpose for which you are in the first place. So we will have to reform and transform the way that we collect and use personal data, ensure it is relevant.
So let me be devil's advocate. Let's talk about the place of birth. What if it is used as a differentiator between Chevenix Arnold, who was born in Lonnie at Timbuktu, and No, Abu Claire. Abu Claire, and Sharon Arnold, who was born in St. James, Springfield.
Then you would have a justification then for collecting my place of birth. So any piece of personal data that you collect, ensure you can justify why you are collecting that piece of personal data. That's it, Mrs. Enlin? Okay, thank you. That's the extent of my submission on the principles, the very important principles that I think educators need to pay attention to right now. I will
Just a minute. In terms of economy of time, in terms of time, unless the audience has any questions on that, I'm going to try a format whereby we use the next question. So the next question is for you.
Can I just comment on the first one? Something came to mind and wanted my head to come out. I just read the room.
Okay, you're no problem.
Thank you.
Especially that's for
Yeah. Yeah. So one issue, one of the principal data processing principles that I think the education system needs to look at, and at a Ministry of Education level, is really the data retention periods. One of the principles are that you only keep information for the period of time for which it's relevant and necessary. How we do it when we are implementing data protection and compliance programs is that we say, unless you can justify why you need to keep it, you must keep it for no longer than 0 days. However, from an education industry point of view, there are different reasons why you would have to be able to access student records and other such records for an extended period of time. Those records, those standards have to be set at a policy level. So those are discussions that I think that must come out of workshops such as these, that need to be treated with, because it does have significant impact on your students. If it is, we were to say, okay, we are only keeping student records for 10 years, and after the child has passed through the organization. I just recently learned that where there are no birth certificates, very often student records are relied upon to be able to establish birth. So there are a lot of considerations that must come into the mix, but it must be driven at a policy level and shouldn't be left to individual schools or universities to determine how long we are going to be keeping a specific piece of information. Yes, you have your own requirements, but there should also be some overarching guiding policy. That is the only thing I want to comment on.
What isn't it right that in the Data Protection Act there is in and of itself there an outer limit for which you can be all that?
No, an outer limit. Okay.
This person.
Oh, for that this is persons, but everyone, every data controller is from my perspective governed by any individual statute that speaks to that specific data or their internal requirements. From an educational industry point of view, I'm suggesting that we may even need some regulations that speak to at a higher end how long you must keep certain data, because outside of that, it's going to be haphazard, and at the end of the day, students may be negatively impacted if persons adopt. In an attempt to comply with the Data Protection Act, very aggressive data retention policies, and say, we only keep this information for 3 years and are compliant with the law. How does that impact on the student when they need those records 20 years down the road?
Well, sitting beside my colleague here, Andrew Lux, he tells me that recently the information that he required was someone with an accident. So there.
I saw that as a primary school, nobody gets her information to get a national ID process or electoral ID process.
So when you have persons on a platform like this saying that you can go to jail if you do this and go to jail to do that, the prudent person would just delete all the information as soon as possible. But there are real considerations and discussions that, in my mind, must happen at a regulatory and policy level. There was a hand up over there. And a hand up over there.
When she mentioned, but also to ask you, because I know that first, I said, some of the primary school, it's the relevant information because
thank you very much. He basically said it, because if you're dealing with the change of name or correction of spelling, sometimes when people are new, they realize that what they've been going by all the years, incorrect spelling, and so they have to come back to the primary school. And so we can't throw those away. So I don't think there can be a limit. They say 100 years, nobody really live more than 100, maybe.
So the law does require that there is a limit. What I'm suggesting is that this is really what happens at the ministerial level, at the policy level, in stating what those upper limits are, after having wide, broad stakeholder conversations so they can contemplate all these different scenarios that must be provided for.
Okay, so
so just want to say something concerning that point. It's really, really important as part of our country. First of all, schools need to be the next best place for this information. And we cannot dispute the fact that can be recorded upon a day or a time. But the ministries is now doing on information management and data protection. So the commission now should find a way to gather this information safely and store it. And directly should be given that when the school is for X time, it will be moved from the school here to the region, and then from the region to central, and then forget it. But you have to put a system in place that you can't discard information. And information has no lifespan. It has no lifespan.
So I think that would open up a robust discussion between God and myself. But my view is that each school makes a decision as to how they process personal data and what they need it for. And as such, that decision should be guided by regulations, although there are data controls for those specific. So the general answer to that question, I think that we agree, is that there should be some sort of policy directive or regulation that assists with data retention here. But it's not a matter of passing off the data to someone. Your entity is responsible for the data that you process through my eyes.
but just to add, remember I spoke earlier about purpose. I spoke earlier about purpose limitation. So it's not, we don't just up and get up and delete the information because, you know, it's been 30 years, it's been 50 years. We have to go back to the purpose for which that piece of data was collected in the first place. And if you tell me as a data subject that one purpose is for maybe identification purposes, then it might be needed 99 years down the line. And that would suffice as some sort of justification for you keeping that piece of data for the 99 years. So it takes us back to the purpose. That's what I wanted to say.
Centralized management system. So the Ministry of Education is currently in the process of management system. Now it means that the primary school somewhere in Jamaica now will be putting the data of their students subject to a centralized database. And I'm agreeing with Chuck that I believe that the policy around that. That's your point is that but for 99 years of truth is that centrally managed as the ministry altogether. Okay, it's
Yes, so if we wrap up on that point, The way I describe law or the practice of law to my students at Norman Law School, or I tutor at professors, or to the new lawyers who come to my firm, is this. I say to them, I would say to them something like, law or legal writing is a more sophisticated form of the English language. It is a more contextual application of the English language. So, for example, if you're outside again and we are speaking to where we are speaking to each other, the way we speak to each other out there is different from the way that I'm speaking here. But there is an overarching context in which we are always having this communication. Nothing has really changed. So when I listen to some of the questions or the comments, I'm getting that the people think that the Data Protection Act has brought about this sea change. No, what it has done, in a sense, it has put in place rules, clear rules about the very thing that we were doing in the first place and probably not doing them well. Does that make sense? So I say that because I'm watching the trajectory of not just the questions here, but even from the man in the streets. They will then say, then support. The purpose, for example, that we just described for keeping the information, for record keeping purposes, for people to come back and be able to say yes and verify that the educational credentials that I say I have when I train at the University of Technology wanting to be admitted for verification purposes, right? And you always did it. All that the law is saying is that have those in terms of a policy. So when we talk about policies, you're looking at like, so the name of that policy is because it's called a data retention policy. And you set out in that policy things that we walk in the school as a new teacher and they say, you must do this. No, you will be able to see it written down somewhere. I think maybe that's how you have to look at it. It hasn't changed what we were doing. It changes the fact that we are more accountable to ensure that it is legal. Fair?
I have a question for the panelists, although the MC for the level. I have a question. I'm a tutor in a school, I'm a principal at a high school. How do I go about putting in place an awareness program for my school to make sure that all my teachers, all my students, the community members come around, become familiar with this data protection that we are talking about? A lot of people in Zoom land might want to hear Shirley respond, but that's not part of the question.
All right, so I mean, you did use the word in your question. You have to do training. And by doing training, you have to ensure that you train from top to bottom. So the board chairman is to be trained and the janitor is to be trained as well. And you might be wondering, why is the janitor to be trained? Now, we deal with a lot of physical, right? And so who is the one who's going to be disposing of that piece of paper in the garbage bag that you put in the trash bin? That is going to be the janitor. And you have to ensure that the janitor knows that you have obligations as it relates to proper disposal of personal information. You have to ensure too that the students know their rights in relation to the processing of their personal data. You have to ensure that the teachers too, because I mean, they're employees, they know what their rights are in relation to the processing of the personal data. And you have to ensure that those same teachers know the obligations and the standards under the Data Protection Act, because it's those same teachers who are going to go outside and discuss students' personal information with people who are not authorized to have that particular piece of information. Just a quick pointer. Sometime last year, I found out that someone, I won't say the relation because then you might be able to use that to identify the person who I'm talking about. Someone was no longer in school. And we found that out because I have a relative who works at a particular establishment, and a teacher came there and was asking about that person. And the teacher went and said, okay, I will check the records for you and let you know. And the teacher went ahead and did that. This was not the person's mother, not the father, not the aunt, not the uncle. And we found out that that particular individual was no longer in school. Now, these are things that I believe, I mean, this is just one occurrence. It might be that it happens more often than not, that there is access, and by accessing that is processing. So there is access to the personal data through unauthorized means, that's one. And in instances where you ought not to have accessed the data for that particular purpose, that is not why you collected it in the first place. So these are things that we have to look into and ensure that people know. One, the O of the pyro, what are your obligations? Stick to the purpose. Don't collect more than you need to. Ensure that you don't leave your laptops open. Simple things such as those. You're leaving your desk, lock it, because the person next to you might not have the same access that you have. Stop sharing your passwords. Ensure you look at emails that are coming into you. The difference might just be one letter. So we have to train people on these things. So when you're doing the training as well, you have to try to make it as applicable as possible to the audience. And I said that earlier. So the same way you talk to the teachers can't be the same way you talk to the students, and it can't be the same way you talk to the ancillary staff. So there has to be some sort of development of a particular program addressing the different audiences that are to be trained.
So we see training and awareness as two different activities. Again, when it comes to awareness around the Data Protection Act and right to information and privacy, I think there is an opportunity there at a e-learning level, at a ministry level, to develop awareness programs that educational officers can help to implement and disseminate, or whatever that structure is. Training is now something for me that's very subject and very particular to each school, because you have to be trained on the controls and your specific situation. So I think there is an opportunity at as I said, an e-learning level or government level to develop awareness programs and help disseminate persons' obligations under the legislation.
And just quickly, it can't just be the same talking that they have to try to do the animation, the cartoons, use different scenarios to get people to understand the principles that you are trying to communicate. They don't need to call and say, okay, there's a presentation today and talk at it, and some people leave and then end. You need people to be engaged, so try to engage your audience as much as possible. Do quizzes, I said earlier, do your animations. Sometimes what you can do is send out, in the schools, you can send out different, let's say at a random time, you send out a quick quiz and the person who gets all of them correct can win something. So do some trivia, do some sort of competition. Try to get people involved in order to develop that culture of rights.
Oh, yeah. I think you have mine. So.
Unfortunately, at this time, Chuck has to leave, so that leaves a one-time person for you, and I will assist if I can.
You know, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all you presenting, and
We make it sound so easy for the administrators. Schools. It's fun, especially if you have a small school with the one principal who has to do everything. You know, where the help comes from? The administrators. You're putting on responsibility. No, you're saying we have 8 months in which to complete this. 2 months of it is holiday. And we need the holiday. The reality. We need a break, even though we don't get that. Right? But when you expect so much more in a short time. 8 months seem to be long, but it's not long. And all of what you're laying down here, and I must express my disappointment in coming to a workshop without I was told getting materials, no materials. You're just talking, sitting here, you know. I see them not there, no. We have nothing to take away from this thing. I started doing my thing, and somewhere along the line, my nose just disappeared. I was expecting that when I came out, a little fold up, not necessarily with their agenda, because the agenda can be projected, but nothing. It's a waste of time to come here, someone and talk to me, there's nothing for me to take back to my school to say, this is what get age.
I'm sure if you permit me, it's not just a prop shop at all, and I, disappointed that it's disappointed. Your feedback is valid. No, we have started this process. Prior to today, nothing without taking the online session a few weeks ago, which led to this. So this is now the real start of it. So we will work with you, but it's you to help us develop training as and not just when I say you, education community, to make sure that you are part of it, so that it's not e-learning or tech or anybody that's pretty much just passing information, but all of training, especially for you developing skill.
I think that's a waste of time. I can really make it a waste of time. Yes, came here for so long.
And then material will be developed. So this is our working start. We're really grateful to our panelists, for taking time out, really, help us to understand and wrap this whole,
And I hope whoever needs to go back to Parliament, we're able to get the extension to the 31st. So they said will be a more acceptable date to work with instead of the 1st of December.
And again, point taken, in fact, unless I'm not a policy maker, but I would say that unless the education sector is ready, and in fact, it's for the entire Jamaica, we're just focusing on the education sector for the moment, unless everybody is ready, I would force it, but I'm not a policy.
What's your name now? And where are you from?
A lot of questions are going on.
Is I wanted to see if I could
Will they upgrade this program? This creating a lot
not so much
of interest.
for sure, but we raise a number of valid points. So I just wanted to see if I could do that.
We have to develop. I have. They could just generalize.
Okay, so what one of the questions that Sean asked a short while ago was what is it that some teachers could do in terms of building awareness program?
Yes.
And so the way that I see this engagement, that the starting point in terms of getting the show on the road. So that's one. And you notice all morning when we were speaking, it's more like in the nature of an overview. What would have been, what's very hard for anyone is to understand a particular law. So when the rubber hits the road, as it were, one will be able to deep dive in relation to each institution and to say, okay, here's what we think in relation to your institution. Also remember that some of the things that we may be asking that will help Learning Jamaica, University of Technology, and the ministry to tailor the type of program and the type of awareness program and timing as they go on instead of one size fits all. We are just here as volunteers, right? And so, for example, if this morning you realize that there was a divergence of opinion on who actually falls within the in the law as a data controller, we are looking at public education institutions, private institutions versus tertiary education. That is something that people very well value on, but it could be encouraged. So you see this forum at this point is created as starting point. And so after today, I'm sure that they will be continuing with people like us bringing us on board. So that's the reason I had asked you so that we could. Also, I wanted to remember what's going
I am happy you said that, but why I'm so passionate about what I'm saying is because just last week I was at an online forum with the Ministry of Education. And they tried rolling out something with some funding that they got from last year, which never materialized. They didn't get the number of parents that they need to think. And so we don't have a 3-month period in which to complete that task. So I'm saying that everything has been thrown at us as administrators for a very short period of time. It is not fair to us.
But let me also add something that I was thinking. What you can also do now that you know that the obligation is there, and teachers have always been creative. What you can do for yourself, you normally have career day, for example, right? Data privacy day is January 28th every year. Data privacy month is January every year. Cybersecurity is October. Or any other time that you feel like we don't have one of those kind of programs like you invite people in. Write down the names of the people that you see here. I heard about Physical Record, Andrew Notes, Chevalise Arnold, Chuck Cameron, Roger Gibson Henley. Reach out to us and invite us into the school, into your school in the same way that you would have in relation to any other thing that you had your invites. That's when I was a child. I remember being big people coming to my school to talk. So those are some of the be creative about it. And that's where I was trying to say that it is nothing. The only thing that is new is what we're talking about. And how you're going to go about it. But the methodologies that normally you can tailor them for this purpose. That's how I would respond. I know that my colleague there, I don't remember her name, and I'm very bad. This is Wisdom Barnett.
Yes, good afternoon, Leslie Wisdom Barnett from the Norman Manley Law School, legal aid team. So I'm happy to tell my panelists that we actually have started at the law school, especially for students on the matter of data privacy. And so it is one of the other things colleagues could add to their toolkits. We're on the low version, so this could be for legal aid. We have the requirements for legal aid assistance, but we're currently can't afford the services of data privacy professionals or law students step into the gap and seek to assist persons with the matter of sensitization. So we do have a number of slides, presentations that our students prepare and help to deliver on the matter of data protection and cybersecurity. I raised my hand because the matter of retention was one of the things that the students have recently been looking at, and especially where it requires the matter of education, because we too were concerned with this matter of the title the RGB and having to prove that you existed the first day. So we look at data protection, I think, from an individualistic point of view, and sometimes we make that we don't connect it to the public needs. And so part of what got my discipline is very concerned that it was a matter of history. Maybe this history gonna be white. You know, when we are so focused on data protection and privacy, and the fact that we can keep data planning for 30 years. What would have happened to a Bob Marley or any of the great dates? And so I thought that was something that, from the point of view of history, is data wiping out, the Data Protection Act is wiping out our history. That's my question.
Oh, and that's going back to what I said earlier. It's what is data protection? Data protection arises in a context which acknowledges that it is the person who has dominion over their data, who has a constitutional right to their data, say who can use their data for what purpose. That is data protection. Right? The data protection is a matter of fact. The data protection regime has come into place to formally authorize access to and the use of the data. That's all. So it's not just, it hasn't come to wipe out anything, it has just come to acknowledge. It is in acknowledgement of the fact that with digitization, the personal data or the personal information of people can be abused, monetized, and they get absolutely no benefit from it. It's not there to wipe out the history, it's there to make the history or you stronger, your individual right to monetize and use your data or you want to use your data stronger. That's what it's there for. That's why I said, let us not look at it as something that has come to create a new way of saying you must destroy this so and so. It is saying if you are keeping it, tell us the reason that you are keeping it. Because for the tertiary educational institution, you don't remember that we come back people because we want to go to our master. Years later, we come back to the normal law school because we may want to go to New York bar or some other bar. Just in the case of the birth certificate. So nobody is saying you have to destroy anything. You are to just have policies in place to ensure that you don't have a snowden who take the information and go and sell it or do whatever. Yes? That's what it is there to safeguard and protect you and the students. And remember, and that's why this thing about identity theft is very, very serious. So data protection is also there to ensure that when I say that I am Jordan Hickson Henley, and I walk anywhere into BlueTech or so, you must have cases where people allege that they have come to the University of Technology when they have not. And so you must be able to verify that I am who I say that I am. That's what it is about. Yeah? So that's what I'm trying to say. Let's not be afraid of this thing. It's the same thing that we were doing before. It is just now that you are required to be like what we like to say is we have to be intentional about it. Yes? I hope that this answers your question. Sir?
Not for me, that's not
like this is Freedom Bar. Then I will start.
Afternoon, colleagues. It is very done work, and I'm collecting outside. So I'm not sure if any of you guys will be able to answer this question. As Ms. Arnold, you're probably know that there's a training framework, and Mrs. Dixon, it seems like you're probably know the legal framework. But as training officers, we interface with more than 1,000 schools as e-learning officers. Is there a public awareness framework or any plan for the schools? Because we're speaking with teachers, but I am sure from where we sit that there has not been any form of public awareness with the schools. Not for the one that I have interviewed so far. So I don't know if any of you can address that, if there's a public awareness framework or there's one plan for the 8 months to come for December 1st. That would like to audience confirm that it has been.
So while Mr. Lee, microphone is taken to Mr. Lee. But Mr. Correct you on something, sir. I'm not just a legal person. I'm a trainer as well. I am the managing director of Piracy and Legal Mind Consult. And I prefer not to be both into the framework.
Oh, no, yes.
Okay, sir. But beyond that, let us not, I think maybe we are misunderstanding, I hope, what this forum is about, whose obligation it is to promote a public awareness program. That is for government. And that is probably for government through the Office of the Information Commission. So when we participate in something that we have been invited to do, I think UTech is also taking the lead as well as e-learning in terms of recognizing that this is something that in any event needs to be done. So this is an initiative from an arm of the government and from UTech that there is a public awareness program, but it is not from the official perspective in terms of through the ministry, which is MSEC, that is responsible for the data protection law and its implementation. I don't think that they're quite there at the end because they are setting up the office. You looked at the newspaper a couple of somewhere between January and February, you would have seen that they were trying to fill out the positions in the office and so on. So there's no formal national awareness program as yet. But it is my understanding, having spoken to the Information Commissioner and the Deputy Information Commissioner, that it is something that they intend.
And if I might add, we don't want, having said that, we don't want you to wait on the formal public education campaign, because here you are getting some information that you can take with you. We are equipping you with a body of knowledge. You don't know that there are obligations. Go and read. There are things out there, there are forums out there, attend them. And what you ought to do is to, I tend to say, make a move. Because you want, when the Information Commissioner comes, she can see that you are taking, let's say, reasonable steps. So if it's just a training, you can consult people like us to start the program for you at your different institutions. So just make a move. Having heard all of this today, that's what I have to add. Don't wait on the end of the 8 months. Don't wait on the formal public education campaign. That's my answer.
I think both councils have said it very well. I'll just reiterate that what we have done today, e-learning that is in collaboration with UTech and the experts that we have here, very able, and of course, they have given up their time freely. So I want to say we appreciate that. We're not giving both the thanks here, but the truth is, they have, given us this time and expertise that we couldn't get otherwise. Now, this is the start of an awareness. We have taken this on as an initiative supported by the Ministry of Education, and that's why we're focusing on educators here. So out of this, we're going to work with the ministry to develop the proper training, awareness, and of course, in conjunction with the Information Commissioner's Office and other stakeholders. But this is a start, and we must start, which we have.
Excellent. All right. Excellent point. For colleagues, I think our panel have been doing as well, and this is really a good initiative. I want to just take the opportunity to share quickly. In this segment that Georgia is leading up with respect to, what is really the impact of data protection act on educators. We are already seeing it. One observation is this: we need more time to prepare, to adopt for this act. We need resources within the schools to provide as it relates to the act. We need the equivalent potential of data protection officers in the schools. As a matter of fact, the agenda here is one which is a digital transformation agenda. It may not be the seen obviously or over there, but that's what it really is. So there's a lot of questions, and even Cliff on Nationwide was asking those questions earlier. So the impact assessment. So here's a call for action. An impact assessment study will have to be done in terms of where the gaps are in various schools. And that's a recommendation I would have. And all the persons who you see here today just volunteering their time. I would argue that a national data protection strategy, right, similar to what we discussed in the week about the cyber security and the cyber crime, and the cyber policies, there's strategies for training our educators. It will mean, and it is a call for action. There's a law clinic that was just mentioned that is preparing material, right? That's over by Norman Manley Law School, is that correct? I would want to join us here at UTEC in that call to action for us to sit down and help to formulate how that national training program will work along with e-learning, along with the ministry, because the gap in knowledge is significant here. The gap in knowledge is such that if I can resonate with the tutor just now who don't want to be known by school or by name, but the reality is that going into her school will mean that all the teachers will need to appreciate in a forum like this, and probably even longer, what are all the particulars. So there's a deeper dive in terms of how this has to be approached. This is, I call this the strawman model. It's a best effort as a start to get the conversation going. So Georgia is right. This conversation is a starting conversation, and therefore the impact of this on schools will be significant on three tiers. One, in terms of the policy that needs to be placed in the schools, tied back to the Ministry of Education. The ministry will have to probably take that policy in terms of this public awareness. Two, what is the governance structure that needs to be put in place, right, to support, right, what is going to be done in the schools. And three, you have to have the kind of resources, which is resources will be financial and people. So those are the 3 points I would share, and those including those are on Zoom and on YouTube, who are all here, to just pay attention to those 3 things. And coming out of this segment is a call to action to support a working group that looks at this awareness framework. And that's why we have to have it, because I want to hear what others are saying. So, the law clinic, they are preparing all this material. That's wonderful. It means that we can sit and collaborate to see how we can have a national program. We have a cybersecurity degree program at UTEC, a data protection curriculum as well. We sit with the stakeholders in the country who are currently doing that and actually sort of roll this out. And e-learning is doing a wonderful job in getting to the schools and the outcomes. So this has been a great segment. Jordan, give the team a round of applause, please. At this point, I think we're trying to catch back the lunch break. We are just about on the lunch break after 2 segments. Let me make sure that I'm saying this correctly. We should have had it from 12:15 to 1:30. It is now, the local time is now 12:40. So we still want to maintain the same time. And the idea is that we'll return at 1:30. Lunch is provided outside for all stakeholders who are here. Those who are on Zoom, I know you'll provide lunches in your phone convenience. I don't know what to tell them. I would have to just tell them that. They should have been here, right? So I'm almost sure that tomorrow 4 persons will be here, not just for the lunch, but also for the lively conversations and engagement and outcomes. So at this point, we are going to take a deserved short break until 1:30. And we're going to move this forward. And just to thank you again for joining this spirited conversation. And despite the challenges in the physical environment with JPS Paul, who is working earnestly, we are doing fairly well based on the timing The club. No, you say you want lunch. All right, you have to be here. All right, Nadine. All right. All right. So guys, take a break. It's a few minutes until 1:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, colleagues in Zoom land and YouTube. Trust that you also found the opportunity to have a quick lunch. We are seeking to catch back part of our schedule, so we sort of cut the lunch period. Senator, good afternoon. How are you doing, sir? Yes, man. You called us for lunch, and you should have some lunch, you know, but I left some lunch for you. Yes? I'm good. You're good. All right. So first we're just wrapping up lunch and coming back in. We actually reading off this power outage on the main highway here. So we have not really fully restored with all our connectivities, but we are doing fairly well. So we had a very good morning segment. We did a data protection deep dive, looked at the issues relating to the data protection. We had a very warm, riveting segment on the issues relating to the impact of data protection on educators. The importance that all institutions have about 8 months to get themselves on board with data protection, ensure that you, in fact, register. Failure to register can incur a fine of up to $2 million for that transaction alone. Each transactional breach comes with a fine. And public institutions as educators, that's not easy to be finding at this time, given tight budgets. So schools have to pay attention, administrators have to pay attention, even ourselves in the university environment as well have to pay attention to the elements where this is concerned. So we have been going through this since morning. We have had a very eloquent panel of speakers who were with us. Some have left to return, some have left for the day. We have to thank them again for their time and courtesies. And as we now move into the evening segment here this afternoon, we're going to be joined by another panel. But the topic of the evening is what is involved as a part of the data protection awareness program that we need to put into the schools. I mean, I saw some teachers earlier saying, well, listen, we need to find government need to do this. We already have those existing challenges. So now adding this to it has a new challenge or a new opportunity. It depends on how you look at it. So we're going to have a conversation in the afternoon here, and to introduce our panel, who I'll ask each of the panel members to sit at the podium. Interestingly, because we had a power outage, the panel members will not be able to just sit there for the duration. If you have going to speak like how I'm speaking now, you have to come to this podium and use the computer that is before us, because we have a lot of people. We have over 100 persons here on Zoom, otherwise, and on YouTube, otherwise, who are actively participating in the session. Yes, I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them here. Yes. So at this point, I'm going to ask Ms. Graham, who is the Director of the Computing and Network Security Degree Program here, to kindly introduce our panelists for this afternoon's segment. And this is actually moving into our final segment for the afternoon, to sort of introduce them, and then we get right into the discussion. This should be a very interesting discussion for sure, and we are making the notes coming out of today's activity. All right, Tanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Thorpe, and good afternoon, persons online and in person. So I'll be introducing first Mr. Christopher Record, who is a leading digital transformation and IT specialist with almost 40 years of experience. He is the immediate former CEO of T-Tech and the founder and former executive director of innovative corporate solutions in Jamaica. He also held a number of management positions at a joint consulting in Miami, Florida. His formal education includes a diploma in industrial education with a specialization in electrical technology. There you go. Son of the soil from the University of Technology, and a master's in business administration from Barry University. He currently serves as a commissioner for the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission and a director of the Jamaica Computer Society. He is also a member of the PSOJ and is currently the chairman of its Innovation and Digital Transformation Committee. Chris serves on several public sector boards and committees and remains a board director of TTEC. Senator Cavan Gale is a government senator, trade unionist, and since November 2007 has been the President General of the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, the largest trade union in Jamaica. He is acknowledged in the labor sector for his technical knowledge and strategic leadership, and over 3 decades of work representing the interests of workers specializing in the services sector. A past student of Arden High School, of course, yeah. Senator Gale pursued labor studies between 1991 and 1996 at the International Institute for Labor and Development and Cooperative Studies in Israel, and at the George Meany Labor College, Maryland, USA. He currently serves on the executive of regional committees of the Union Network International, a global trade union, and on several local boards and committees, namely Labor Advisory Committee, the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, National Housing Trust, National Insurance Fund, Overseas Commissions, and the Heart Trust. Senator Gale. You're in very good company. And our panel panelist for this session, Mr. Andrew Nooks, has over 27 years of experience in the information and communication technology industry, with the last 15 years focused on information security assurance and advisory, and more recently, data privacy. Andrew earned a BSc in computer science and mathematics from the University of the West Indies and certifications from industry-leading organizations. Mr. Nooks has training in ethical hacking, mobile device hacking, and digital forensics. Andrew is a director of SimTi and a leader in information security, assurance, and advisory services. He is responsible for efficiency, growth, innovation, and disruption. He also provides services related to application security assessments, network penetration tests, and vulnerability assessments, security awareness training and assessments, IT governance review and implementation, security incident response and digital forensics, IT solution research and selection, IS staff recruitment, and information privacy governance. Quite a mouthful. He is an experienced speaker and thought leader in information security, information privacy, and related domains. Andrew is a member of the board of directors at eGov Jamaica Limited and McKaylee Financial Services. He is also an adjunct lecturer at the University of Technology and a mentor to young professionals. Mr. Nooks.
Yes, you can stay the whole week. You tell us all? Yes. Excellent. Yes. So, you know, in his former life, I mean, Mr. Nooks has done so many things that he has even more dated material in some regards to what was just presented. But let's get started in this part. You were asked who the moderator is, or yours truly is the moderator, but to support the argument, I'm really probably going to hand over to Senator Gale to push the conversation. I have the big question. What exactly will we do to implement a data awareness program? And what exactly is this data awareness program to look like for the schools? I'm keeping it very simple, considering that the teachers, the administrators are all listening. And for the purposes of starting that conversation, I'm probably going to ask his response and thought processes where that is concerned. I will just pass along to the respected panelists in that order. Afternoon, Senator.
Thanks, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. So since I am the legislator here this afternoon, let me first commend your organization for doing this, because there are two important facets to legislations. One, if you're creating a new legislation and if you're amending an existing legislation, it requires us to go through a particular process of engagement. In this case, we are amending the 2015 legislation. Now, normally legislations are reviewed every 5 or every 10 years. This one, the Cybercrimes Act, is so evolving that I believe that the review period should have been easier. So the first step is the Parliament would have established a joint select committee of Parliament that would have had representatives of both houses of Parliament doing the review and inviting stakeholders to be participants. And there's a whole list of stakeholders. The Ministry of National Security, SIMTEC, Jamaica Bankers Association. There were 3 educational institutions. Well, you had UTEC, you had UWI, and you had the Ministry of Education participating, giving their views in terms of what they believe should have been aspects of the legislation that requires review, aspect of the legislation that requires amendment, aspects of the legislation that requires new inclusion because of what is happening. Now, that's the first part of the transition in the review of the legislation. But legislation, colleagues, is a demand for us to change our behavior in most often times. So people believe that legislation set penalties and that you must abide by certain behavior. Now, if it requires you to abide by certain behavior, the most important thing for you ought to know is your scope of permissiveness. What is it in a legislation that I must abide by, must conform with in order not to conduct breaches? Now, you as educators know one of the first things that when you set some rules, you have to create the awareness. And so that's the other additional aspect of the transformation in relation to an legislation, that we have to create the level of awareness. And that is what we are doing here today. This is the start of the creation of the awareness. Now, you're going to ask a lot of questions. So, where the money going to come from? How is the awareness going to be created? Whose responsibility is it as educators to create that level of understanding within the institutions, within the schools? Who is going to pursue that? Where are we going to get the guidelines from? So these questions are questions that must be asked, and I can just anticipate Prof, that when the discussion started this morning and the engagement started, you know, it's like you open a door into a dark room and you turn on the light and you're wondering where next you turn. So we have to start with what are some of those factors that are going to be utilized to create the awareness? First of all, somebody have to fund it. Secondly, somebody have to have the authority and the holder to be accountable. In this case, I want to propose, since we're dealing with the education, first of all, the awareness has to be a shared responsibility. And I would have said it in the Joint Select Committee that the ministry with responsibility for this has to take the lead, but it has to be a shared responsibility between that ministry, who is the Ministry of Technology, and the Ministry of National Security, and the Ministry of Education. So it ought to be a joined up approach in terms of taking charge in the creating of the awareness. Now, when we speak about awareness, one has to know how people will understand the law. And you know, laws are normally written in certain way that they are not so very clear. Even for us as legislators, when we see some of these legislations, they're not so clear. So you have to go through it painstakingly to understand what the legislation is seeking to do. In this case, it's a protection in terms of we are operating in a digital world. And your cybercrime is something that has been affecting us tremendously. We might not be looking at it. We might not understand the extent of it because it has not affected us, but it has affected a number of organizations and institutions. And people ask the question, this cybercrime thing, no man, is banks, it affect. No, remember the NCU situation with the ransomware in regards to capturing their data. Now imagine the data in a particular school that has information on the teachers, have information in terms of the staff, have information in terms of the students, have information in terms of the parents. And the question is how we protect that information. Now, outside of creating a legislation, we have to develop some policy guidelines as to how this thing will work. What are some of the rules that are applicable to an institution in terms of not only the data protection, but guidelines? So we want to start the conversation in terms of whose responsibility it is and where the funding is going to come from. Now, one of the things about me, Prof, is that sometimes as a trade unionist merged with a legislator, I chat a lot. But I don't want to do that because part of this activity is to hear from you as educators. What are some of the things that we can take on board to assist the process? Let's get the feedback from the players in the institution, since we're talking about educators today. And that is how I want to start, Prof, the conversation around this. So that's how I want to start. And I try to be as brief as possible, even though brevity is not one of my strong points.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, so I just want to hear from the panelists first before we get into our discussion. At this point, I'm going to ask Chris to sort of give his opening remarks.
I'll be a lot briefer than the Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll be a lot briefer than the Senator because I came prepared for panel discussion, not a presentation, right? So I quickly create a presentation a while ago. Good thing we're doing this for years, so you know. So just want to, in case anybody got a little confused a while ago, I just want to clear up something. Because what Senator came and spoke about and mentioned about was the Cyber Crimes Act, which is also being worked on, and it is also part of our discussion for this week. Senator, most of the morning was absorbed totally with the Data Protection Act, and so a lot of the lead-up discussion that Prof. Thorpe spoke about was around awareness for that specific act. And so I will chastise Professor Thorpe, because I'm at his house, to say you should have also laid the groundwork for both acts, but because you know, from 8 this morning till now, you're the first one to break the ground and start us peeping over the fence on the Cyber Crimes Act. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, both of them are actually connected, right? And so thank you very, very much for that, Senator, right? So for me, with respect to making comments around awareness, just to kind of make sure that we stay on topic. Data Protection Awareness Program for Education is involved. Now, I'll be controversial by saying, ladies and gentlemen, we knew about this from when, Andrew? From December 2021, we knew about this. From December 2021, we knew that December 2023 was the deadline. We knew about it. It was told to us for about a year. So it's not even from 2021. We were told, because all through 2021, when the various debates were going on and we're moving towards the actual approval or the assenting of the law by the Governor General, it was discussed. Myself, Andrew Nooks, Chukwuemeka Cameron, Meg Henlin, Gibson Henlin, we were on panels throughout Kingston, online and offline, because back then, before COVID, and we'll be talking about it from then, we had a lot of in-person presentations, so as early as 2019 talking about this thing. So the awareness in general started from then. Not a lot of people, especially in the education industry, actually started taking note of this, right? And I also probably, Andrew, will wrap my, but it's 2 Andrews here. We're talking about Andrew Lee, CEO of e-learning. In my former life as chairman of e-learning of Jamaica, maybe from then, we should have started to nudge everybody to kind of get ready for this, because out of the ministry, that was where it was piloted from. This current ministry that e-learning is in. So in retrospect, we probably might have, or could have, or should have, coming over the argument going on, could have, would have, should have, right? We probably should have started from then, considering some of what the awareness programs should have been from then. So just started by saying, similar to what we saw happen recently, as was presented earlier, somebody was comparing the Traffic Act with this. That Traffic Act, majority of the act is the same. It was there from before. It's just some of the fines were adjusted. Yes, one or two small things were adjusted in there. But all of a sudden, it's almost like people are just realizing, and we were being warned over and over and over again. Months upon months, get your affairs in order. This thing is going to take effect now, right? So very, very similar to what's happening with the situation. So with respect to education and schools, and some of it came up earlier. Within a school environment, a school is almost like a micro city. It has all various levels of responsibilities, all various levels of from administration, to some welfare, people taking care of the students, to entire school, faculty, staffing, all of that. And all those levels have to be informed, and the content that has to be created for all of those levels are all different, right? So here is the act, but we have to look at the act from side, from above, from around, and translate it at all these different levels. I have 2 daughters, a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old, and I have made my attempts at informing them at a very high level about their own private and personal data, and how they use social media, what to share and what not to share, and also give them some sensitization at a very high level around our laws that's in the country. I live with these two ladies and I try, and it's difficult. So imagine trying to do this for a classroom of anywhere between 15 to 30 to 40. And then multiply that by the amount of those classrooms that are in the school to get that understanding. So that is that level. Then the next level now are the teachers level. And on top of that level now is the administration level. And I do like the attorney that was here earlier that spoke to the other staff members that must become aware, because I'm aware of, my wife is a data privacy practitioner also. She has a consultancy business that helps corporate organizations. And she, shares stories. She doesn't call any names, just comments, generally shares stories around. Boy, I visited an organization today and a lot of people's personal data are in boxes all over the office. So I do like what the attorney spoke about earlier with respect to we also have to educate the janitor or the persons who are moving around and taking care of the office. I had a situation once where I tried my very best to stay healthy by jogging around the place. And I'm jogging and I see a bill with my name on it on the road, 2 roads away from where I live. And I'm like, what's this doing out here? And then I realized it was thrown away. And then, have we all seen when the garbage men take up a garbage and just fling it in the truck? And then half of the something spill out and the truck drives off. And I'm realizing that 2 roads down, there's something with my name, my address, right? And of course, if you tear it open, because there's information in there that's pertaining to me. So whoever is throwing out garbage, so now, by the way, to fix that problem, I've acquired a shredder, right? So anything like that goes in the shredder first, and then after we throw that out. So just imagine now thinking through all of those things within the education environment, within a school environment. So those are just all the various layers to be considered as we prepare or develop or consider, Professor Thor, what needs to be part of an awareness campaign. How many months we have left? And I heard the lady over there who's holding her head. I don't know if she's with us. Yes, she's there. Who's talking about who's going to lobby the government. Well, here you have a legislator. You can have a word with him talking about moving the date. But again, we've got years, not months, years we were told this. And I don't think no matter what date it moved to, and I'm not saying yay or nay or whatever, I'm just saying when we get somehow the dates don't seem to matter to us. But that's my opening 2 cents that I thought I was going to be shorter and senator, and hopefully I did measure myself, but I think I know. Sorry.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm not going to profess that I'm going to be longer. Yeah. But I just want to correct one thing, the name of data privacy. When you present your profile to someone for a particular purpose, and it is kept longer than the retention period, and used otherwise, then you're bound to make some mistakes, because quite a few things on that profile has changed since. And I think with the challenges this morning, my new profile didn't come over. But I'm no longer, as of February 28th, I am no longer director at eGov Jamaica. So that's one correction. And I'm responsible for risk intelligence at Simtai Consulting. A few other things still there, but I won't belabor. Now, from the perspective, the topic says what it involved as a part of data protection awareness program in schools. But one of the first things, and the sessions this morning kind of took us through, is to understand first and foremost the aspects of the legislation that will impact schools. Then, as with anything else, any program has to take into consideration its context, the culture of the organization in particular, because depending on whether or not your school is in the inner city or your school is in rural Jamaica or your school, different contexts may apply, and that has to be considered in any program that you're putting in any kind of awareness, so you're going to approach it. I pulled the analogy since the senator, Senator Gale and myself go back, way back, high school. Arden. Senator Gale mentioned the Cyber Crimes Act that has something to do with cybersecurity. And what I like to look at data protection and the cybersecurity and things like that. I like to look at them as somewhat of Siamese twin. Data protection, from my perspective, is one, the protection of data for the purpose of protecting the individual who the data is about. Let's say that again. We're protecting data about individuals because we want to protect the rights and freedoms of those individuals. Right? So it's not just about protecting data out of context, which is what information security may look at. So when we start talking about awareness, we have to be aware of what it is that we're talking about, right? So your program, one, you understand what you're talking about. Two, you understand the context of your organization. Three, you want to look at what your organization already have in place. And in putting together your program, you want to take advantage of some of the wins that you already have. And the great thing about it is that, in this context, you're educators, which means that you have various means and various tools that you're going to pull on to teach students otherwise, to even educate parents and to educate each other. You have various means of doing that. And in putting together your awareness program, you're going to pull on all of those tools, what you already know. So it can seem very daunting at first, but then you say to yourself, well, awareness is what we do every day, right? So you're going to take those lessons. Once you start doing that, you have to understand all the people who are to be involved in your awareness program. And the people involved, as Shebnese mentioned this morning session, it's everybody from the Board of Governors or the board of the school board, right down to the security at the gate who's writing off license plate numbers and taking names and don't know the purpose for which they're taking the names and writing down license plate numbers. It comes down to understanding all the stakeholders and ensuring that you tailor part of your program to the stakeholders. And because I don't want to go on and get the record for being the longest opening speaker, I will
education section now, have been there before and have been there for quite a long time, and know that are aware of the Data Protection Act. Of course, that is not. There's a high turnover and persons are coming from monitoring. As a result of that, I would suggest that is somewhat incorporated in the teacher education program and also on the onboarding program when you are here.
I think that's a great suggestion, and that is something that may have to, take into the educational institutions, the teachers' college, and things like that, to ensure that there are programs that will help to educate teachers about some of the responsibilities that they're taking on.
One thing that I also want to do is to, because Professor Thorpe said that there was some online questions about there are two laws that are here that are talking about the overall context of our legal system. There's the Cyber Crimes Act and there's the Data Protection Act. So I want to make sure that there's a crystal clear understanding. That's what we can do for today, that you understand which one is which. So the Data Protection Act, as I'm just telling and all this, that is there to protect each of us in this room here. Every one of us are data subjects, right? You have your name, your address, your phone number, your age, all the various things that are your picture, likeness of your image, your dates, how you walk, all of these things identify you. Then there is like your health records and other things effectively. So that is on that component, and those things are protected under the Data Protection Act. On the cyber crime study, there's a whole other set of legislation which speaks to what is a cyber crime. You may or may not have seen on social media recently students recording other students. Let's just call it what it was bullying, beating them. No, that now falls on the Cyber Crimes Act. And with the whole range of other components that falls under that act, which now moves into the realm of policing and crime. But that crime is connected to the use of digital technology. So, but I will ask Senator Cameron to go through some of that a little bit more. So there are two laws we're talking about. One is in the process of being revised, one is completed and is enacted already and will be enforced from December 1, 2023. That's the Data Protection Act. The other one that is on the review still and it's making its passage is the Cyber Crimes Act. It will get a new name shortly.
Hopefully it's 2023. So what I want to come back to, so when we enacted the Data Protection Act, it gave a lead up time for implementation. Now, when I was entering here, I had to register. Gone are the days when you are registered for something and you write down anything from something. Them days gone. In any institution that you go to an organization, it's even asking you to register from before. Not when you come physically present at the institution. The banks now are migrating its customers online to use alternative channels. So you don't have to go into the banking hall. So when you made reference to what part we start the education, yes, from the conceptual stage of employment, or when that student is being taken on board. And then it has to be a continuous, because these things evolve. So, Chris, you spoke about the 7 times that you have to reinforce. Repetition is the art of learning. And so there has to be a continual repetition and reinforcement of the practice. But we have to get to a stage in this country where
we become highly compliant. It becomes the order of the day because most of the things we do now, we do it online by using the technological interface. And so if we're going to protect data, then we have to set policies in place as to how we're going to protect that data from that data is entered, and how that data is used, and whose responsibility it is to maintain and to protect the privacy around that data. Because when you say you do human shred and tear up the bill so that it don't get down the road, right? And so we have to protect ourselves. But in order to protect ourselves, we also have to become aware of our own realization around protection. So it has to be a continuous effort from you enter and you go through the system. There has to be part of our culture.
I want to put a quick spin on this conversation as we go through it. I think consistent with Centerville's point about a national data protection awareness program, which I think is a very good idea. Can probably follow along for that and to be intentional. I think, and that's the call to action that I see. National data protection awareness program. Very specific. What I think needs to be done first is that we seek to train a set of data protection officers. Because the process of piloting this in different schools is not going to happen overnight. So you have to start by training a set of trainers. So similar to the private sector, that is actually, data protection officers as we speak in those various establishments, and those data protection officers are reporting boards, universities and high schools and so on. You have boards also have to put in place a set of data protection officers. We said, let's start by training 14. So we have one for each part, but it may be across the different regions, different school regions. I think there are 6, 7 regions. I think I can correct me, 7 regions. We should start with training 7 data protection officers as a call to action under this National Data Protection Awareness Program. And let them be part of the training program. That's a thought.
First, I think some discussions like this, folks from e-learning have to be involved, right? And folks from the ministry have to be involved, because at some point in time, as Senator said, where's the funding coming from, right? Because in order to do this, we can do so much like we're doing today of our hearts, but at some point in time, somebody has to be paid, right?
That's the road, it's the road,
right? Somebody has to be paid to go through this program. And I started to listen to that when they asked about just reminding us that not everybody that's here has been here, right? It was a good point. I said to myself, which is why digital assets are important. If you are done and created one time on a YouTube channel, probably from a ministry, and a series is recorded going through the entire details of the act at from a legal standpoint, and then I will take it on to the next level from a practical standpoint, and we'll take it on to a student level, and all that assets here that everyone can go back and read it there. So, that's one way. Our students, she's easy to problem a customer, but I've one child that I think she lives on TikTok, right? The device is forever in her hand. No matter how much time we have a conversation, it's just a roll eyes, look back, and continue. I'm like, we need to utilize TikTok, right? And we need to pull in some of our very talented students that are there, get them involved, right? Right. So I think that is a way, right? To have them maybe let's do it for fee or free, but do something that is contributing to educating their cohort and their various age groups around this thing what they need to learn. But at that level, so I think we have a massive opportunity, but time is short and we're not so sure where the money comes from. So We need to figure out a few things out. That's
And Shirley, okay, all right, so that's a call to action that we have, that as a part of coming out of forums, we literally look at the opportunity of that training program and create a small budget for it to support. It could be small, could be large, but I want something small to relative that if you have a deliberate or intentional approach to this, you can have an outcome. So that is what I think we should do on this current conversation. Are you in agreement that that's what needs to be done? That's also a suggestion coming from our side. Is that something with your broad participation of stakeholders? Do you think, and Zoom, tell me, what is your thoughts on that? Because I think that this is now the time I want to hear, so the panel can actually respond to you. Okay, we have some communication coming in, so let's get the rest of the community involved in the conversation. Why are we encouraging the use of TikTok in a time when governments are moving from that platform and advising others to do?
I will answer this question. That's fine. I believe the TikTok are the best. But if that is the channel that is working for them, then sometimes you have to go where you have to meet the people where they are. And because but remember, let's not get confused now with the That was just a one side story, just to say, here's a way to reach, for example, if I educate students, the responsible folks that I think we're talking about that the education industry, let's call it that for now, is administration and teachers, and anyone who is going to be touching the private information or the person, I'm not using the word person, Minister Favor William was here this morning, said to me, let's start using the words in the way that people understand it, right? For people's personal data, right? Because there's this confusion sometimes around that I am not processing. And so let's go back to what the attorney said earlier. And you minister started when we started the presentation. We need to start to have a better understanding of each of these words. You are a data subject. What does that mean? And we need to go with kind of explanation about that at all. Administration, teachers, students. Your information, and your personal information around you. This law is here to protect it, it's here to protect you. What does that mean? So to answer the question about TikTok, it's a channel. It happens to be a channel that our students and also the teachers consume consume tremendously. I mean, TikTok is globally, yes, I understand. And we need to, and there are many nuances which is TikTok information, who's banning it and who's not banning it. And the reasons why they want to ban it are not ban it, because of who owns it and all that kind of stuff. That's political, that's geopolitical. Let's not get too far down that rabbit hole. But the fact of the matter is that if this is that channel that you know that all the eyeballs that you want to reach are, then we may have to utilize that channel, right? That's the reason for that stuff.
I support that because it is not what you use or why you use it. It's for the intention and the purpose that you're using it to do. And what we are really suggesting is that you can use multiple mediums in order to reach a particular target. Social media, the traditional PTA meetings, you use the classroom, you use the newsletter, you use the school's website. You have multiple mediums. The intention is that we must use what is best and as practicable as possible to reach the target. Once we do that, then we can evaluate how it is reached. But Prof, I wanted to go back to a statement that you made in terms of the call of action, because that's important. And we as trade unionists, we tend to, when we want to pursue an initiative, and we would have consulted with our workforce and our members then we develop a call of action that everybody would be collectively pursuing. So we can agree here that the call of action is to set up this national awareness program.
I'm going to do better, Senator. I'm going to do better.
Once you can do better than me, that's great.
I'm going to do better. Let us, because you know we got here by virtue of a call of action. Remember that? Sorry. So here's the call of action. We will provide the training on the ground for free for those first 14 days of protection. I moved from 7 to 40 within the faculty of engineering. This is affecting the educators. We're all educators here. In other words, I don't want us to leave here this afternoon without the answers. I want day one have an outcome, and this is a measure of the outcome. We will then look for the kind of support in terms of the engagement with the 3 ministries that you alluded to. But as an outcome coming from today, we are committing the faculty and engineering company providing the training for 14 data protection officers. Why? Because we have the curriculum that supports those outcomes. So therefore, it means if we are starting with the Ministry of Education regional officers, fine. If we are starting with schools and teachers, fine. I'm not here to select who should be those 14 persons. I'm saying we will provide that training with immediate effect. You can come. So in other words, that's what I'm putting on here this afternoon. If there are any views on that, I mean, politics, hold on. The politics aside, I'm concerned about the security of not just the platform in particular, but others and the exposure to teachers. So that liability. Who just addressed it? So that is the call for action that I'm giving out this afternoon. We start training those data protection officers and certifying them through our formal program with the university. Otherwise, we will not be able to have the outcomes we want in time.
Thank you. From how would I make sure that trained teachers support team or inclusive of the 14?
All right, so with the step 1, so elaborate on train the train. So in other words, the argument in training those data protection officers, as I said, 14. My assumption that they could be teachers or they could be administrators. In other words, you're asking to double the numbers. Should I go 28? That's what you're trying to say. A full class should not be more than 30, right? It's just to make sure that we don't have the attention deficit. We want to do a 6-week program. A 6-week program.
Essentially, training to 14 might be ideal, but in terms of your JD, you may not be able to go around and train.
Because where we are going with this, that I advocate things that the ministries will have to now put it in their next budget. In one of the days, we are going to talk about funding. Put it in that next budget that these are persons within the institution, the educational institution, that have this remit. So therefore, to support the organizations having the outcomes, I think Chuck Cameron said it, that we need to codify qualification staff with a trainer program under what Senator Gale advocated, in my opinion, as the National Data Protection Awareness Program. And I said 14, but I'm amenable. So teachers are inclusive here. You know. I could argue and move the class to a full 30. That's the feeling. We can't move it beyond that. 30 students. When we take a class in the university, we say we stop the limit between 25 and 30. Some of my colleagues are here. So we'll do a training for 30. Or we select that, we now need to go back to the ministry and e-learning and have that discussion about the selection process. So let me see if there's responses to that. Okay. Some people having electricity, having a national electricity problem today, I think, yes. Who brought it up? Can you take my
Good afternoon. Principals
are pretty much the responsible officer. It relates to this. And we do have MSEP. And so that is an avenue, I believe, that can be used to get all the principals on board. Well, those principals who will get a lot. They can put in place programs to facilitate principals. Because a lot of principals don't know.
Are you a principal?
I was the e-learning.
E-learning, okay, I just, okay, yes. A lot of principals don't know. Some of them online, I'm not, having I do think we have principals online, but I'm making a call for action. So, in other words, that's the table that I'm putting on the table as the Dean of Engineering and Computing that we can execute on as a starting point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna do the wrap up, but I think maybe can do some training out in the, so rather than everybody comes. But it's for us to work on it, you know, but I think I'm very clear as to how we're gonna move forward, so. We just have to, you know, based on all feedback, I think, you know, just put forward a plan of action.
Yes, a plan of action to support that. So that's, yes.
So if we want this to work, so we're starting today with the trainers, developing the trainers and moving to the trainers, and it will cascade from there. But if we want this to work, and the lady in red made a very important point in terms of getting those in charge and with responsibility on board. So if the principals don't buy in and understand where we're moving to with this call for action, then it will falter. So we have to get the principals on board. And so the principals have to understand the charge to be able to carry the charge and the mandate going forward.
Yes.
Because this is not about just training knowing.
Yes.
We have until December. We're in the month of March now, and any organization who has its financial period ending March, you have the mad March rush. And so we don't want to have that mad December rush. So we're starting the gallop from now, coming out of UTech. Yeah? And so we have to now identify who are these important stakeholders that we need to get on board to support this initiative.
A training of an entire class of data protection. That's one Yes, my yes,
Yeah, I'll just take a peek on the board, you know, it says, let me speak plainly. If Google gets hacked, for instance, personal data is exposed, then teachers be held liable for that. That's a good question, right? Now, a lot of that will depend on whether or not the teacher was acting on their own accord, or it was a policy of the school that student data are going to be on Google for whatever the reason. So for instance, if the school have a policy that says, we use Google for this, we use Google for this purpose, we're going to store data in a Google Cloud, for argument's sake, and the teacher is using the data or placing data there in that context, I don't think the teacher can be held liable. If the teacher, and I'm not an attorney here, so walking there at the right side, if the teacher has taken it on his or herself to put student data in harm's way, and that data gets breached, then I think the teacher can be held liable, and I'll pass back on. So, good afternoon, and thanks, and good afternoon. So I will start from the organizational control that I expected. So the first thing the legislation says is that if you are going to be sharing your data, personal data with a third party, you must have an agreement in writing. So if the school has engaged Google School, you must have a data processing agreement that has transferred your obligations as a data controller onto Google. So the first thing the Information Commission is going to ask is, okay, let me see your registration particulars. As a matter of fact, he has them already. Remember, that's the first thing we're speaking about. One of the things you're supposed to identify in your registration particulars are who are the third parties that you share information with. So the next question is now, can I see the data processing agreement that you have in place with Google? Okay, good. You actually have a data processing agreement in place. Excellent. Can I see the due diligence you conducted? So there will always be changes, but before you even start to investigate, have you put in the requisite organizational controls to demonstrate that you respect the personal data that they are processing and have taken the steps to ensure, to mitigate the risks that will happen?
And happy you mentioned the Google platform because it now takes it pulled by the horn and goes back to the Ministry of Education because they have bought Google for the schools, they have bought Microsoft 365 for the schools. So all of this now would have to come from the ministry. Their funds will have to set the parameters and it's down to us because we can't be whatever that we're doing in the schools, the ministry has they bought the Google platform which we are using.
So yes, and I'm sorry that Roger is not here. Because a question or a issue arose earlier as to who is responsible or whether or not the school is responsible for registering. Because somebody said it a while ago. The question is a school a data controller or a data processor? Correct. Also, what the legislation says is that any entity that makes a decision as to how data is processed, they are the data controller. So the question is, does the Ministry of Education tell every what information to collect? Does the Ministry of Education tell every school who you can share that data with? Does the Ministry of Education tell you how to process it? While they may have policies and directives over from processing, and all industries are governed by some other legislation that dictates what we must do with data. And that is why, remember, we're speaking about the different law agencies. For some specific processing, it may be in compliance with a legal obligation. However, if it is, we primarily make decisions as to what data we collect and how we process it. So, circumstances where the Ministry of payment in our contract with a third party is the responsibility of of the Ministry of Education to ensure that they will conduct they will ensure that there is some kind of person or we will also as to who are the data controllers, because when we propose to so one of the things we do at Design Privacy, we have ongoing university, ongoing learning exercises. So last year, every single day, 1 hour, and discuss everything that is handled by information across the world. This year, we're going to get more busy, but we still for twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays, versus basically decisions handed down by the and there have been several cases where primary schools, high schools have been found to be of the GDPR as a data controller. So it is no question how the GDPR use schools and I said primary school. One such case was where a teacher put on the door outside a list of all the students working in class. A parent was offended by that and made a report to the Office of Information. And the Office of Information found that there was no law or necessity for publishing the name in that regard. So for me, in my mind, and how the other supervisors are thought about, there's no question as to whether or not to that is. Each of these incidents has to be taken in context, right? Because there are cases where some of the processing may be handed down, and you may be directed in particular schools to process data in particular ways, but the schools may have additional things that they do. Yeah, and it's nuanced for every school. And in that case, you can also become a joint controller, which makes you a data controller, right? So you have to bear that in mind in your context. But we were on the topic of awareness, data protection awareness, and what a data protection awareness program is. I kind of went sidebar because I saw that question coming up. So I'm going to hand back over to Prof. for him to.
It's not a call answer. That's not what we need.
Let's hope we got the Prof.
Yeah, call for action. So that consistent with what Senator did said, we'll start the national professional awareness program. We pilot this in the schools. You know, that's 8 months to move this into enforcement. The thinking process is to have a training program for both the principals as well as train security data protection officers, full class. It's another thing. Full university. Alright. Support that outcome. You know, the logistics of it and referring to e-learning, the ministries who work at all and then you text the source, the action that has to implement that. But that's a good thing.
So for, I guess I can say, and for full disclosure, the Office of the Information Commissioner has a data protection oversight committee. Right, so it's almost like the board of directors of the commissioner. And this gentleman and I sit on that committee. Right? Oh, so the other part of the declaration that tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and I will raise the question around awareness, because one of the responsibilities of the office is to provide awareness. So I will extend your invitation and I will share with us that you as that they would assist with the training of this around education for the Ministry of Education. So I'll raise it and see where it goes from there, because I am thinking that this needs to be, because by the way, your colleague education institution down the road, they have 2 different angles. In other words, through the Mona School of Business and then through BIGA, the law faculty, they have different programs that they're working on. Now, I'm not sure the left hand and the right hand have spoken. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm just careful. But all I'm saying is that many people and work for an organization that they do have a program that they create, design privacy right here. So there are many persons in the industry, and as we get closer to this day, you're going to see more people pop up and more organizations pop up, and people all of a sudden become experts in this thing. And I don't think that ever read a lot. But the fact of the matter is that welcome to entrepreneurship. We are a huge entrepreneurship country. So I'm just careful as to what I say right here.
Yes, thank you. So you spoke about this, and I become a little bit scared. With regards to post students who are on presidential role or honor role or principal role, is that a violation?
Let me just touch on one thing and I'll hand over to Chuck. And this is specifically for those of us who are in the space of basic to secondary school. We're dealing with a special set of data subjects. In our legislation, they're referred to as minors, which is any individual under the age of 18 years, which requires a certain level of consent before you can start processing their data. And remember the broad definition of processing. So posting the children's name on a public register, which is what would be, that list on the notice board or wherever, could be regarded as processing, right? So when we're dealing with that class or that subset of data subjects, we have to be very mindful that there are some nuances that may not apply to a UTech whose student population may be largely over the age of 18 years and has attained adulthood and can make decisions on their own. They could pretty much say, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. The other thing is, even though being in school could form a part of, that may form a part of the legitimate interest of the organization to be able to do this. Again, it goes back to, these are minors and their data, we have to be mindful of how we treat their data.
So can you please add the territory as well?
I will echo what Andrew said. So just to put the context of the data protection, put the data protection act in context. So don't detain yourself with every act of processing. That's not where I recommend put your energy. You really want to start from the top down. And when I say start from the top down, again, I go back to registering the registration. Because even filing a registration particulars, you would have identified what personal data you're processing and why. So, because that is an assessment of all the activity. So that registration particular would have captured that act of processing. It would have captured the fact that you post their name and their grade for this purpose, and you would see why. So I'm just using that as an example from the top down. When you're taking steps, it would invite you now to build out your privacy framework and put yourself in a position to comply. What does compliance fundamentally mean with it? It means that you have demonstrated to the information commissioner that you are aware of all the personal data that you are processing. You have justified the reason for processing all of this personal data, and it's evidenced in writing. So there are specific data processing standards that you comply with. You don't have to know all of them, but it's just a question of not saying, can we do this or can we not do this? The Data Protection Act allows you to process personal data. Remember, what I was suggesting is a constitutional right that creates that informational right to privacy that really restricts what you can do. What the Data Protection Act does, it says, if you follow these
data processing standards, you are free to do what you need to do. The first thing you need to do, you need to be able to notify the students that, you know, this is how we will process it personal data. You know, there is a lawful basis. We want to, we said, but there's a purpose for doing. We want to encourage students and this is how we celebrate their achievements. So there will always be a discussion, but it must be an informed discussion. Every decision that is made, process personal data, must be documented and justified. Going back to the awareness program, yes, it's up to my mind, the Office of Information has a big role to play and is far behind the 8 ball in terms of awareness. And UTech Professor Clark is doing a great job at raising the level of awareness. In terms of training data protection officers, so we have actually partnered with your lead circle. So one of your business will be launched now first in April, where we can train the officers. If you have for the past year in conducting, let's say, a practical with the normal man in law school, legal aid, where we are teaching lawyers what it is to practically implement a data. Because I will tell you that although I'm an attorney practicing for 25 years, I don't know the legal side of data. I'm not speaking to my capacity as an attorney. Yes, I have the benefit of my legal knowledge and legal ethics. But what we do is implement data protection programs, and that is heavy lifting, real work that needs to be done, and it's not even required to be done by an attorney. The question is, how do we implement a program? How do we make a robust program? How do you do the thing for all of these things? And so there is a lot of work to be done, and if there's a focus on the schools, I think that is worthwhile. I couldn't give a promise that I'm here that I've kept the last May something like this. Is a body commitment. I need to know the channel of engagement for it commits.
That's a lawyer you speak. Let me just say this. I'm mindful of time, so I know it's a wrap up on this parliament final word segment. But let me just say this. Kavan just mentioned that we played volleyball. I also went on to volleyball. Now, one of the things that after becoming a referee, my game, it enhanced my game, enhanced my skills also as a coach. I coach volleyball. Yeah. Here's the other thing. Because I now knew the rules of the game and how to apply the rules of the game, I became a better player and a better coach. Because I could use the rules of the game as a part of my strategy in organizing my team or playing the game as a player myself. So I'm encouraging you all to get to understand the rules of this game that we call data protection, data privacy. Once you start understanding those rules, to Chuck's point, is that you no longer start worrying about those little things that you do, because you have already documented all of the things that you do. You know why you're doing them, and you'll be able to justify them in challenges, right? So it's very important that we do that in the whole business of awareness. Understand the rules of the game that we're in. So your awareness program starts from understanding what the legislation says and what it requires of you to do. I just want to say that today we're focusing on creating the awareness. And I want to suggest that coming out of this meeting this afternoon, we treat that creation of awareness as a low-hanging fruit, because it's easier to do. When Chuck came into the room, it is natural for us to be talking about policies and guidelines and the scope of processes. We will reach that stage as part of the awareness in terms of understanding the guidelines, and the various institutions will set their own policies and guidelines. That to me is the landmines that we will eventually get at. But I want us to focus in the first instance in creating the awareness, getting the major stakeholders on board. We spoke about the principals, we spoke about the trainers, though it went prof in terms of what the institutions are doing. So you have given the commitment from your organization in terms of what it intends to do, and to relay that commitment to the powers that be. But we have to work in sync. So what you will be doing, it's important. What NCU will be doing is also important. What MICO will be doing is also important. So we need to create some sense of alignment so that the route is a parallel one. The route is a parallel.
Which is a good point, which means all the stakeholders need to come back and figure them. Yes, all the institutional leadership into a room and let us have a one-to-one discussion on that alignment of the truth. So I concur with you that there has to be that argument, that presentation. But we can organize that through the ministry directly to have institutional leaderships in the same room and to have that, because this is a national movement here. December 1 is not far, it's together we go here. So with that said, I think that has to be a first to support all these other activities that are being suggested. And I think that was consistent point that really being read, that's what you call it. Yes, earlier on that point. Yeah. Sure.
Right. And I think one of the crucial things, and the question was asked there about roles and responsibility, those need to be clarified. Because if the school believes that it's the ministry's role, then the school will not be encouraged to, and all the responsibilities that the act has placed on various private sector companies and public sector companies. Is it the same responsibility for the school, the board of directors, the principal? So there has to be some role clarity. Who is responsible for what? And that has to be communicated to the schools as well.
All right. Here's a point, and I think talking on these notes, which is why this workshop is really very useful to really capture all these thoughts so we can go and unpack them in very short order. Okay, I think the panel has done us well. Do you have another question before we wrap this one? Say a hand up. No? Okay. All right. We're at the point now where I want to say really thank you to this very distinguished panel. I think this is the longest panel for it. Just we've been here for a while. On a very important topic. And I really want to say this has really been a very good session, despite the fact that we have lost all. And I'm seeing online that persons have been moved for. So it seems that we're having a power problem around the island, some load shedding might be happening. But notwithstanding, I think we have had a measured D1 with some level of success in terms of conversations and the intent going forward. I would like to say before I give the final word from Aaron, the argument that I think Christopher Suter, I think online was making earlier, with respect to the Google platform, and it's been hacked, dovetails very well into tomorrow's conversation about, cybercrime and the cybercrime act, because we had made a submission to the Joint Select Committee, I think in 2021, where we indicated that the schools need to be a safe place in which to teach and practice ethical activities on the cybersecurity. So we teach it in the curriculum. We can't pretend that a teacher is using Google platform and hack herself, make that she is not liable for anything, or the student outside of a class time did something that he or she should not have done, and then the school is culpable in that time. Those matters will now be taken up not only the data protection, but under the cybercrime legislation, which is another deep dive coming into tomorrow morning. So I expect you to all come back plus the numbers more. So really let us honor that. And for the schools to really appreciate what is also involved with. I think Andrew said it before, signing, whoever did that signing, so we do. The two legislations are very much trained to each other as to how we have to operate. So I think this was an extremely well orchestrated effort. I think this day one, I have to thank the team here at UTEC for their time and their work. It's Graham and the team from the cybersecurity program, it's Leslie. I want to say a special thanks to all the team from LCSU, my own staff in the School of Computing and Technical Staff with Ryan, Cameron, and Terry, who is here today, and all the others who are behind the scene helping to make sure that this activity is on course and course going through the next 3 days. And a special thanks to you, the audience, both here in person and online, for your commitment to this conversation of us moving the protection and legislation and understanding it and this awareness, because when we go through the next couple of days, we have to come up with an action plan before we leave here this week. Just to let you know, so by the time we get to day 3, therefore we have an action plan to support the codification that I think the term that schools need to be looking at going forward. So that's my comments on the day. Thank you, but I just want to ask Andrew to give the final words from e-learning, and they are a big supporter and sponsor of this event. And
Thank you very much, Prof. In fact, I don't know really how much more I have to say, because they're wrapped up and we have heard everybody here wrapping up and wrapping up. For me, the important takeaway really, is the matter of awareness and matter of training. Senator Gale said it very, very well. And for us, from an e-learning perspective, we're going to build on that. Part of our job is to implement. We do things. That's what we are paid to do, and that's what we do. So our focus really is to take away from here, to engage with the Ministry of Education and all other stakeholders to see how we can then move this forward. We thank you, Prof. Every time we meet you, offer something else, and I wonder tomorrow what you're going to offer. So today you offer additional 130. No, he does a good job. Offering things, and we take advantage of it. So when we first met and had this training, initial discussion about data protection online, he made a suggestion that we have this forum. Here we are today. It has happened, so we can have that as a check. Awareness is ongoing. So I don't want us to leave here thinking, and I'm sure all of us today feel more aware than we were yesterday. So give yourself a round of applause. Something has been accomplished, and I think going forward, we're going to take on board all that was said. We had some challenges technically, so some of the recording might not be there, but we have made notes, and we're going to move this forward. So again, I want to thank everybody for supporting today's initiative. Zikri are very expensive, but they have given their time and their expertise. And one thing I want to say though is that I don't see this happening going forward without a real true public-private partnership, because this is beyond the education sector. It's the entire country. And I can't see this being done just by, engaging, let's say, us within the government sector, it has to be a national effort, and therefore it's gonna be a big thing. And we hear UE, we hear UTech, and the other institutions out there not to be left out. They too are gonna be involved in the whole matter of training. So I just want to, say that before we go. Again, thanks very much. I have the notes, and we will take on board all the things that were discussed in terms of formulating an action plan. Thank you.
All right, see you tomorrow. Don't know until tomorrow, guys. Sorry. Oh,
Recording stopped.
can't see it. Bye. Trying to show you, but oh well. All right. Bye. Have a good day.